So we'll get the interviews underway in about 10 minutes. We've got tickets to give away to various events over the course of the year. Chance for you to ask some questions of our stars as well. So gather round and we'll start in about 10 minutes' time. We're also live on autosport.com as well. So if you're around the show and you want to pick something up, then tune in on autosport.com. Good morning, everybody. Have we got some Formula One fans in the house? Good, nice. Who was that? Well done, madam. My next guest, some of you will know him best for his success in Formula Ford in 1989. He went on to do quite a bit since then, and he's now really what we should call the best racing driver in the world, because he went off to Barbados and beat everybody in the Race of Champions. Please welcome David Coulthard.
To say I beat everyone might be a little bit of an exaggeration. There's only, I think, 12 drivers there.
You beat everyone who was there.
I beat everyone who was there, that's right, yeah.
It was great fun.
Yes, it was fun.
You were on mega form.
Yeah,
you just went on and on, didn't you?
I think I've done it about 10 times, so I should be getting the hang of it. You know, you jump from car to car, so you have to get used to, one has a H pattern box, one has a sequential box, one has no gears. And, you know, for the younger drivers, I think it's quite difficult to do that, because they don't know how to heel and toe, you know, and to the young audience here, you'll need to ask your parents what heeling and towing means. But having the advantage of having driven in Formula Ford and Vauxhall Lotus and Formula 3, and actually Formula 3000 as well, we still had to heel and tow. Nowadays, of course, they just keep the foot flat in the throttle and just keep pulling on the gear lever. Paddles nowadays,
of course. Yeah, behind the steering wheel. You don't even have to move your arms, do you? No. Let's have a quick recap about F1 2014, then we'll get some questions from these guys. Always a really knowledgeable crowd, and I hope they offer up something taxing for you. It was a mega season, wasn't it? And one that you must have enjoyed calling from the comms box.
Yeah, I enjoyed the fact that Mercedes allowed the drivers to go wheel to wheel, and you know, the thing that I also thought was really interesting is, if you remember back in Belgium when you had Toto Wolff and Niki Lauda basically blaming one of their drivers for the incident. Now you get so used to teams saying, "Oh, we'll discuss this privately," and basically denying us the opportunity to feel like we're on the inside. And I think that Mercedes really gave us that feeling that we were living the season with them. And I personally think that's been a great move from their management style. Of course, there'll be a lot of things, of course, that we'll not get to hear and see, because they've got to, you know, keep some privacy to the team. But in terms of what we can physically see on the television, then there's no point saying it other than it is. Ultimately, you know, be honest with your audience, and you're more likely to get sympathy when situation's not working for you.
Do you think it was better for us that there was that needle between Lewis and Nico, the human element?
Sure, that's, if you think of all the big battles from the past, you know, whether it was Piquet Mansell or Prost Senna, you know, when you think about Michael at Ferrari, it was always about Michael and, say, Damon, or Michael and Mika. It was never about Michael and someone else in the team, because Ferrari never allowed, and he never contractually allowed, a situation where his teammate was ever going to battle him. So when you have that rivalry within the team, because those of you who follow Formula 1 closely will know that the only real comparison is between teammates, because across cars there's always going to be differences in horsepower or aerodynamic performance. But although you'll never get such a thing as two identical cars, because in engineering there's always going to be tiny tolerances, but across the season then you can tell which driver's the better qualifier, which one, you know, is maybe better at intermediate conditions, which one's a better racer. So the downside of Formula 1 as a world championship is then it's just really the comparison between the teammates, and then whichever team develops the best car that allows them the chance to win the world championship. Whereas in other formulas, of course, one-make formulas and the likes, and you get a better chance of really seeing the sort of hierarchy of who's the best driver and you know, who needs to work a bit harder. But I guess that's no different. You know, we've got a British touring car here, we've got a world sports car. The manufacturers will always have an advantage in one area, and they might be lacking in another.
You mentioned Michael. We must just obviously talk quickly about him. You were one of very few people who actually beat him in wheel-to-wheel combat. I remember that cheery wave you gave him at Magny-Cours.
Yes, indeed. It's a long time ago, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, I was a little bit frustrated. You know, of course, I know now. At the time, I thought I had a chance, but now I can reflect and know that Michael was just a better driver. But to have occasionally had the car combination to be able to beat him. Then the few victories that I had, that where you had Michael beside you on the podium and Mika beside you, so you'd beaten your teammate and you'd beaten someone as successful as Michael, then I can reflect and say, well, I must have done an okay job on that day. So at that particular occasion in Magny-Cours, Michael was quite aggressive at the start, and I had to lift off, and that allowed Rubens to pass me as well. So I was running third, but the McLaren was a faster car. I was able to overtake Rubens. Michael was a bit more difficult and challenging to overtake, which is why when he squeezed me on the first attempt, then I gave him my signal to say that I wanted to be number one, and I think I also did the Nescafe advert as well, which is it just shows the ridiculousness of drivers when you're in the heat of the moment, because he's not going to be looking in his mirrors to see which hand signals I'm giving him. But anyway, it showed my commitment on that day, and then I was lucky enough to go through and win the Grand Prix.
And how is Michael? Do you have any sort of any inside information on his condition?
Well, he's in the recovery phase, which is great news, of course. The individual detail of his exact condition, I don't know any more than would be reported through Autosport magazine. But I take it as a massive positive that he's in that recovery phase at home. I've met two individuals that have had similar periods of time in within a coma, and then who've made, after 1.5 to 2 years time, a recovery into normal life again. And of course that's the dream for Michael's family, for all his fans, that he will be able to eventually be back in living a as healthy a life as is possible, given the extent of the injuries that he sustained. Absolutely,
we all wish him well, of course. Back to 2014, Mercedes were incredible. Are we going to see further domination from the Brackley team this year?
Well, the momentum that you get when you've got a winning car means that you're able to start focusing your attention on the 2015 car, even if it's 2 weeks earlier than your competition. Then that 2 week momentum of getting the chassis finished sooner, getting the car for shakedown sooner, getting the first upgrades developed for the testing sessions before you get out to Melbourne. And it's quite difficult to break that cycle. So if you look at the history of Formula One, when any team has started to win world championships, they've tended to carry a momentum of success over the next 2 or 3 seasons. There's notable exceptions, of course, where you've had the sort of, Braun had the world championship year, and then with the change of regulation with the double diffuser the following year and the transition into Mercedes ownership, then they didn't have that same level of success the following year. But more often than not, when there's a relative stability in regulation, then a team, if you go back to the late 80s, early 90s, whether it was McLaren or Williams, they carried that momentum for a while. Red Bull, of course, when they got their momentum, they were able to carry it for 2-3 seasons. So Mercedes, in all likelihood, can do the same thing over the next couple of seasons. But of course, Honda coming back with McLaren, it's going to be interesting to see that develop, with the engine regulations opening up to allow Renault to develop. Mario Elian, who was responsible for the Mercedes engine during the time I was there, is helping out Renault. So that, of course, is going to add another little boost, another British engineering investment in that particular development. So, in many ways, we've got every reason to be continually proud of the contribution that British companies make to the success of, all of these world sports cars, Formula One, karting, you name it.
The traditional silly season jigsaw all slotted into place before Christmas. Some big changes. Fernando back at McLaren, Sebastian at Ferrari, Jensen staying put. What do you make of it all?
Well, as I mentioned to you yesterday, there was a perfect storm that allowed that scenario to happen, because Sebastian still had a contract with Red Bull for 2015. Fernando still had a contract with Ferrari for 2015. So up until in and around the Japanese Grand Prix, it wasn't possible for that scenario to come to light. But as soon as Sebastian was able to trigger his release from Red Bull, then that allowed Ferrari the opportunity to negotiate and close a deal with him. That allowed them the chance to turn around to Fernando and say, okay, well, look, you've been threatening us that you want to leave. Well, let's make it easy for you. Sign this piece of paper, you can leave. So he signed it, and they were like, bye-bye. close the door on your way out.
There was a mutual falling out of love there, wasn't there?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, the relationships have a timeline, and you know, if you think of you know, lifed parts in racing cars, when they get to the end of life, you have to replace them. You know, we're all lifed. What is that about? Some of the kids here we're probably got a life expectancy of 100 years nowadays. So you know, we will run out of time eventually. So every relationship in life has its period, its honeymoon period, the marriage, and then unfortunately the divorce. And in motor racing, it's always the thing that I you know, was always aware of. When you sign this contract with the team, it's a beautiful honeymoon. You know, everyone's happy, but in the same day you sign the wedding contract, you also have the divorce papers ready, because as a sportsman you will leave. You know, you cannot race until you're 65 or whatever normal retirement age is. So you have a period of time, and you know, if you spend 5 years with a Formula One team or any sporting team, that's a long, long time. So you go into the relationship knowing that you're already within a few seasons away from saying, well, look, that was nice, thank you for the experience, but you know, the grass is greener on the other side. I'm off.
Bernie's not lifed, is he?
No, he's immortal.
Bernie will be running Formula One when he's
Highlander.
700.
There can be only one. He's lived many, many times before.
I tell you what, I was really I thought was great last year was Williams and their ascendancy back to, and those Martini stripes. It was just all meant to be, wasn't it? And they're all friends of yours, of course. You won with them in '95. Great to see.
A great deal of affection for Williams, not only as a fan of the sport, growing up watching, you know, Nigel Mansell and all those great battles and the opportunities he had at Williams, and then having the chance to be the test driver, and then, you know, obviously not great circumstances in which I became the race driver, but you know, Frank gave me that opportunity, and I'll be eternally grateful. And you know, many other drivers he gave their opportunities to. He's a real racer. He loves to see you getting stuck in and going wheel to wheel. So I think, and you can tell me if you disagree, but I think there's a great deal of affection for Williams throughout the paddock generally. You know, they're a sort of team that, you know, they may not be your favourite team, but they won't be on your sort of enemy list. You know, even if they're winning and beating you, you admire the fact that they really have maintained that great sort of British engineering spirit and bring on young engineers and young drivers. And if they have a choice to do it using British technology, they'll do that. And I think that's something that should really be admired.
Hands up if you love Williams. That's slightly disappointing. I kind of wish I hadn't bothered.
It's early and everyone's tired from last night on this.
What about life at the back for the smaller teams? It's been much in the news, hasn't it? What are your thoughts on that?
Well, look, it's always terrible when teams go out of business. You know, Formula One is the most public part of motorsport, but you know, Autosport Show represents every part of motorsport in the UK and around the world, and there's businesses here that have sustained right since the very first Autosport Show. There's businesses that come and go, and you know, there'll be small businesses that have employed hard-working, honest people that really deserve to be in that role, but have lost the opportunity because of circumstance or the economy. And you know, I don't see why we should feel any more sorry for a Formula One team than we should feel for any other team within motorsport. It's never good when teams go out of business, because you know, motorsport is a small, tight-knit community, and you know, it's a fantastic community. That's why we're all here, because we have a passion for this business. You know, there's been a lot in the media about the distribution of the funds and how it's not fair. And you know, I have sympathy for the fact that the distribution is not equal amongst all of the teams. But I think, without going into figures, you know, you can't just go, oh well, that's crap, and walk away. You have to understand the amounts of money the small teams do get, and they do get funding, they do get travel money, they do get all the rest of it, and the rest is based on success, and the rest is based on the time you've been in the sport. And you know, a bit like Premiership football, if you don't keep investing and you don't have a good business model, you slip down the league, and then before you know it, you're not in the Premiership anymore, and before you know it, you keep going further and further down, and that's hard on the fans and it's hard on the clubs. But somebody's responsible for maintaining the right level of investment and making good decisions on the team and fielding the best team possible. Success is difficult. Success is difficult in life, and success is difficult in sport. And you know, sport, as in life, it isn't charity. So I know it's depending on what side of the fence that you're standing, then if you've just lost your job through what's happened, then you're going to be feeling very raw, and I completely sympathise with that, and it's a terrible thing. But the teams have to be run well from the top for all that great quality mechanics and engineers and the staff to have the opportunity to show their skills.
Yeah, that's right. Wise words, as usual, from David. Let's get some questions from you guys. We've got 5 minutes or so. James is there with a microphone. Any takers? Any stinkers for DC?
What was it like winning the Race of Champions after being out of the car for a while?
Yeah, that's a very good question. I'm still very surprised and slightly embarrassed because it's fair to say that I go along for the camaraderie and the free bar bill, and so I don't, having retired from motorsport, I'm not really in that zone of thinking, right, I really must focus on my apex and stuff like that. But actually, maybe the fact that I was just relaxed and enjoying being there, it brought out what little natural talent is still left. Sometimes, and we had this conversation yesterday, sometimes when you really, really focus on something too much, it becomes less natural. So I used the analogy yesterday about a tennis player. When he's got the easy ball just to smash across the net, sometimes you see them hit it straight into the net because they're too long to think about it. So maybe the fact that I was completely relaxed, and when I wasn't in the car, I was lying by the pool, meant that I used up the last little bit of talent. So that's probably the last time I'll pick up a trophy. And actually, there was a wee report on Autosport. I was super excited. I remember the first time I got my name mentioned in Autosport when I was a kid, and I've kept this last one from Barbados Race of Champions because that'll probably be the last time.
It didn't sell very well, that issue.
Well, I bought loads of them.
Good, thank God. Right, let's have another one.
Morning, David. Morning. Yeah, a couple of quick things. Number one, what's your feelings on Honda's return with McLaren this season, and how do you think they're going to fare? And when you're done, will you sign this for me, please?
Well, Honda have a long involvement in motorsport, whether it's Formula One, whether it's sports cars in America, IndyCar. They've got knowledge of turbos. So, like any big manufacturer, they should be able to be within a very small percentage of whatever the best happens to be. And arguably, of course, if they do everything well, they should be able to aspire to be the best. And maybe they will be. It did seem it was a bit of a troubled first run out in Abu Dhabi, and given the time they've had, I'm surprised if that was just pure engine. It must be integration to the chassis and various other issues that led to that problem. McLaren, of course, have pinned their hopes on the Honda relationship going forward because although they had success with Mercedes in the ownership, McLaren obviously didn't want to give them that, so then Mercedes have gone and bought Braun, so they've got ownership of a team. Long term, we'll find out whether that's a good thing or a bad thing. BMW at a time wanted to buy Williams. Williams didn't want to sell, so then they went and bought Sauber. After a few years of not having success at Sauber, they then pulled out of the sport. So actually, the Williams decision turned out short term to be painful, but longer term it sustained their business because, Max Mosley used to say this, manufacturers come and go. The teams, obviously, that's their core business, and they can't be beholden to a manufacturer who may invest for a few years, like Toyota did. They invested for lots and lots of money in Germany, and it didn't work out. They didn't have the same work ethic of the British teams, where because of the employment rules there, I think they've got like a 38 or a 36-hour week, so they had to employ double the staff to be able to do the work level that British staff would do here in Formula One teams. So it proved not to work for them, and they pulled out.
You never shortchange anyone with your answers, do you?
Was that too much?
No, it was brilliant. Makes my job easier.
Yeah.
We've got time for one more, and David's got a busy schedule, of course. He will be back later at 1:45, so if you want to ask something then do come back.
On the Mercedes front, will the rules and regulations really allow the others to catch up? Because I just feel that the Mercedes has probably got about 80 horsepower more than anyone else.
They've got development room as well. So, of course, as they open up for development for Renault and Ferrari, it opens up for Mercedes. So the things that they've already got in the bag, they can build on. But if you look at development of anything as a sort of, the closer you get to the top, then you get diminishing returns. So let's say if we use Everest as the the symbol of, you know, Mercedes being very close to the peak of performance on Everest, and Renault and Ferrari being a bit further down. So the sort of the glide slope to the pointy bit, you know, if Renault and Ferrari are here, Mercedes are there, so they're getting into that thinner air where they're going to see less returns. So eventually, like in every period of Formula One, whether it was the turbo period before, whether it was the normally aspirated V10s or V12s or V8s, whatever it was, then eventually they all come to being quite close to each other. But then it comes down to efficiency. So it's not always about the horsepower, it's about the fuel efficiency. So in the days of refueling, you might have the same horsepower, but if you had a less efficient engine, you had to carry an extra 10 kilos, which cost you 0.3 of a second per lap through the Grand Prix. So horsepower is important, of course, but efficiency of that horsepower is always going to be the thing that really defines success and failure.
I'm not surprised the BBC snapped you up, to be honest.
Oh, really?
Amazing. Thank you, guys. We've got to let David go. He will be back, as I say, at 1:45. Please, in the meantime, give it up for David Coulthard. Thanks, DC. Oh, thanks once again to David Coulthard. Stick around. We're going to stick with Formula One here. I've got Sky Sports F1 commentator David Croft coming on in a few minutes. Good morning, everybody. If you just arrived here at the central stage, we've had a chat with David Coulthard, of course. He'll be back later on this afternoon. Now, though, a man that many of you have to endure during Grand Prix weekend, although I have to say he does a cracking job on Sky Sports F1. Please welcome David Croft.
Good morning, everybody. Don't try and suck up to me now, Hope Frost. You lost me at Endure.
That was last night.
That was last night.
We won't go there. Crofty and I had dinner last night. It was calm and peaceful. And
it was lovely. We caught up on all the latest
gentle.
from Emmerdale last night, didn't we? I didn't realise Mar Sugden wasn't in it anymore.
Yeah.
How are we this morning? Are we all good? Excellent. Oh, hang on.
Any exhibitor has a car part for a Mitsubishi Evo 9.
Oh, good car.
Please go to the AUTOSPORT stage in hall 20.
Oh, does that mean that we've actually nicked it on this stage and we use it as an exhibit now?
They want a car part for a Mitsubishi.
Oh no! If they've got a car,
What do they need?
They now need to come here. Oh, as a part.
They said
it's parked.
A car part. That's like saying we're looking for a man between 4 foot and 6 foot.
We actually had that yesterday, the live action arena. Petter Solberg managed to break his car on the first couple of shows.
I'm not surprised.
But he does drive like a complete maniac. He's brilliant. And we put out a little tannoy. Can we find the part, please? And we found it. And he's got his car running. So if you're coming to the live action arena, stand by for action on that one.
Only at this show could you say over the tannoy, I need an AP Racing brake master cylinder for a Citroen Zara WRC. We had a couple delivered.
Really?
Yeah, it was brilliant. Yeah, and he was back in action.
I love it.
F1 2014 was cool, wasn't it?
I loved F1 2014. I know a few people were tweeting Ask Crofty and tweeting me personally and saying it's really, really boring and dull. But I never for once thought last season it was boring and dull. We went through a massive revolution in the sport. If you try and compare it to other realms, what Formula One did last year was to go from the vinyl music revolution straight through to digital downloads and miss out the CD era in between. It was that big a leap in technology. And I think that the team should be applauded for the little amount of unreliability that we did have. Mercedes should be applauded for pushing things to the limit, and in a car that was still quite fragile at times, going and dominating, and then really applauded for allowing two drivers to go out and race. Because that was the best thing for me last year. The Mercedes knew that they were clearly ahead of everyone else, but then said, right, we've still got a duty to all of you guys and everyone watching, back home, the fans, the people who invest their time in the sport, to let Lewis and Nico race. And they did. And I thought some of the racing was magnificent. Bahrain last year, I think when I finally retire, which hopefully will be in many, many years' time from Formula One, I'll look back on Bahrain 2014 as actually one of the great races that I commentated on. Sensational.
I think the added dynamic of those two falling out, which probably started at Monaco, added an extra sort of feeling of enjoyment to it, didn't it, really?
I think it started before Monaco. I think it started actually in Bahrain, where at some stage during the race, Nico may or may not have used a power setting that he shouldn't have done, which may or may not have been accidental at the time. Fast forward to Spain, which was the next race, and Lewis may or may not have used a power setting to stay ahead that he shouldn't have done, which may have been a little less accidental at the time. Fast forward to Monaco, where Nico Rosberg went off the track and then reversed, which may or may not have been even less accidental. We will never know. But that's when it really kicked off. And then it carried on, and it carried on. And at Hungary, Nico certainly took umbrage at the way Lewis forced him off the track when he was trying to overtake, stewed on it for a summer, and then we went to Spa, and the rest, as they say, is history. But you know what? Lewis Hamilton didn't half bounce back well after that Spa moment.
We shouldn't be surprised, should we? No evenly matched teammates in good cars have ever been buddy-buddy, have they?
Do we want them to be buddy-buddy? No, everyone's shaking their head. Do we want them to be racing? Firm but fair, yeah? And do we think that's going to happen again this year? Why are you shaking your head? This man over there is shaking his head. Do you think Lewis is going to easily win this year then? He does. Confidence, I like that.
I do too.
I think Lewis is driving superbly well, and I don't think he really did anything wrong at all last year. But I think we see in Nico Rosberg, the reason I don't think he's going to run away with it, is we see in Nico Rosberg a resilience and a bounce back ability, as it were, in that, you know, everyone he's been up against as a driver, you know, if he's been beaten, he's not been beaten by much. And he's had some pretty damn good teammates. You know, Mark Webber, he was the rookie against Mark Webber, you know, and was beating him by the end of Mark's tenure at Williams. He was, you know, in comparison, the rookie up against Michael Schumacher. We talked about Michael Schumacher's comeback, and people saying, well, maybe it wasn't the comeback that we wanted. But actually, Rosberg's performance, I think, makes Michael look a hell of a lot better than some of the results did. And then Lewis was expected to trounce him, and he hasn't. So I think Nico will doggedly stick to Lewis, and Lewis won't pull away in the clear. But, you know, I'm an old romantic. I hope for close battles everywhere.
We've got new dynamics to look forward to all the way down the grid, haven't we? We've got Sebastian Vettel and Kimi Räikkönen at Ferrari, Fernando Alonso and Jenson Button at McLaren. How do you think that's all going to shake out?
At Ferrari, the pressure of winning a world championship shouldn't be with them for this year, unless they have done something amazing that no one's cottoned on to yet. I think you're waiting for Ferrari, and you're waiting maybe for next year or the year after to fully show where their changes are going to take them. And I keep my fingers crossed for Ferrari. I don't think it's good for the sport to see such a prestigious team, you know, languishing in the lower regions of the points on a regular basis. As for McLaren, the dynamic between Button and Alonso is almost as interesting as the dynamic between Dennis and Alonso, you know, and how are those two going to cope? Well, if Fernando is motivated and stimulated and the car's going well and he's happy, there will be no problem. But if they have and keep having repeats of the problems, the technical problems that they had at the test in Abu Dhabi, I'm not sure Fernando Alonso is going to be hugely happy. Yes, he goes there with his eyes wide open, but he's gone from Ferrari promising, I'm going to be challenging for wins. Last year, that's what he said. I can't tell you where I'm going, but I'm going to win. It's going to be an exciting new project. Well, he's going to want some return on that faith at some stage, and he's going to probably want it sooner rather than later.
And Jenson's not going to roll over and give up, is he?
But he never does. Certainly didn't against Lewis in the 3 seasons they were together. And you know, it was great. Just before Christmas, we all wanted a good news story in Formula One, and we got it with Jenson, because what he did last year, to me, showed that A, he's not finished, and B, he deserves to carry on at a top team. Without Jenson Button, McLaren wouldn't have beaten Force India last year. As good as Kevin Magnussen had a season in a rookie year, Jenson still did the business towards the back end. I thought his drive in Austin was a super drive. He might not have scored points, but he put on a defensive display that enabled Kevin Magnussen to score more points, and actually sacrificed and kind of ruined Jenson's own race. But he held people up for far longer than he should have done, and it was superb. Be interesting to see, because a lot of his battles at the end of the season were with Fernando Alonso. Now, they, by right, should be battling together again this year. And it's going to be really interesting to see how well Jenson defends. Can he overtake Alonso at regular intervals? The pressure will be off them. They can go and race. And I don't think Jenson's going to play second fiddle all the time.
I think after the toys out of pram end to 2007, I never imagined Fernando heading back to Woking. Did you?
No, I didn't. I made mention the other day that, and I hope you've looked this up, that Fernando Alonso going back to McLaren is tantamount to Dave Mustaine rejoining Metallica. If any of you know your heavy metal, you'll know that Mega Dave and Metallica don't really get on. It's a bit like Roger Waters and Pink Floyd reuniting again, but I don't think Roger Waters was that much of a pain to Pink Floyd. He cost them hundreds of millions of dollars. But I mean, anything can happen in sport. You know, Don King and Frank Warren worked together for many years after Don King successfully won a court case against Britain's boxing promoter. But things happen. They take us all by surprise. We move on and we watch with interest. And I don't know how it's going to work at all. They're smiling and they're embracing, and you know, we don't think it's a photoshopped image from Woking that had them both in close proximity smiling. But you never know. It may well have been.
Fernando with full beard as well.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah.
Ron doesn't like beards.
No, he doesn't. But I think he's prepared to put up with beards whilst the beards are doing well on the track. If they're not doing too well, that beard's coming off.
Let's talk Williams.
Yeah.
Wonderful to see them coming back and beating Ferrari in the Constructors' Championship. And those Martini stripes, I mean, honestly.
Was it last year? I'm trying to think. It was, we had our Sky F1 press day before the start of the season. We invited a load of bloggers in, and they said, what's your favourite livery? I said, well, we haven't seen it yet, because it was the same day as the Williams launch, and we were kind of meeting in the morning. So we're going to see it later, because I'd had a sneak preview. And boy, did that livery look great out on the track. It's like, I'd like to see McLaren go back to either red and white or orange this year, something a bit classic. But from the livery came, I think, a renewed vigour and a renewed spirit to Williams that just went through the whole season. Felipe Massa was a different driver. Valtteri Bottas was justifying the sparkle in Frank Williams' eyes. When Sir Frank Williams talks about Valtteri Bottas, there was a sparkle in his eye that's as bright as that comet that's been hovering over planet Earth for this weekend. Is it the Lovejoy comet or something like that? But he rarely talks about drivers with such passion, and he talks about Valtteri with that same passion, and we're now seeing just how good he is. And we're seeing Pat Symonds come to fruition as well as the perfect man to technically rebuild that Williams team. Dave Robson comes in from McLaren as a new race engineer for Felipe Massa. Steve Nielsen, one of Pat Symonds' old buddies, comes from Toro Rosso as the new kind of sporting director. They've not stopped strengthening their backroom staff in the winter, which makes me think that they are going to continue that fight and that challenge to Mercedes. And I really hope so. You know, it's sometimes we like great names from the past to come back and do well. I'm not saying for 1 minute I want to see Bucks Fizz at the top of the hit parade, but I don't mind seeing Williams at the top of the podium.
I'm glad you didn't carry out your promise to come on a Bucks Fizz skirt.
You can rip it off.
Take it off halfway through the interview. Quick word about Red Bull before we get some questions from these guys. Red Bull's fall from grace. Formula One has these peaks and troughs, doesn't it, in terms of team domination. Their 8 titles in a row, the Constructors' Drivers Quartet, was always going to end at some point. What do you make of the whole Ricciardo beats Vettel business?
How prophetic were those words? Not pathetic, prophetic, from Sebastian Vettel. We should remember these times. They might not last forever. What did he know at that time that he said it? What we do know is that Daniel Ricciardo is a mighty fine driver, an all-round thoroughly nice guy, and his smile on the top step of the podium in Canada last year still brings a massive smile to my face whenever I see it. I texted him so, actually. I was watching a replay on the way out of Canada. I just couldn't help grinning as I sat in an airport bar waiting to get on the plane, just to see a man so utterly delighted with what had come his way. And the thing is, it shouldn't be a surprise that there's been clues there as to how good Ricciardo is. Is he better than Sebastian Vettel? He was last year, and the car suited him better. Sebastian Vettel goes to Ferrari now, I think, to prove that his titles are as much about him as they were Adrian Newey, and to go and be a Michael Schumacher type driver, which I think is what he wants and is what is his aim in Formula One. What is left behind is a Red Bull team that are rebuilding. Lotus have kind of got the same, but on a slightly smaller scale. But there's big pressure on Red Bull this year. And what I like is that they've addressed their weak areas, which last year was the power unit, and they've tried to work more in tandem with Renault to get that power unit sorted. Still no shortage of creativity at Milton Keynes at all. But, you know, only one team can win. And I'm not sure Red Bull are going to hit the ground running and be that team at the start of the season.
How do you think Danny Kvyat will get on against Ricciardo?
I don't think he will beat Daniel Ricciardo, because I think Ricciardo is the real deal. But I don't think he'll be too far away. And I think from time to time, in qualifying maybe, he'll surprise a lot of people. He's a very calm head on a very young pair of shoulders, Daniel Kvyat. And I like him immensely. He has a confidence and a strut around him, and that's always a good thing for me.
And his record as the youngest ever starter is going to be sort of smashed out of the park, isn't it, by Max Verstappen?
Yeah.
17.
Yeah, if I was Ferrari, looking at my 2 new drivers for next year, both have become parents in the last year or so, I'd start my own creche, and then I'd charge to look after the likes of Max Verstappen at night time as well. You know, it's getting very, very young, isn't it? And I think this is the record that will now stand. Max Verstappen will be the youngest ever Formula One driver of all time, because the FIA have taken action and said, right, there's going to have to be a cut-off point for your super license here, which I agree with. There should be. There should be a pyramid. Whether that pyramid is worked out as fairly as it could be at the moment, I don't know. And certainly Renault think that Formula Renault 3.5 should carry more points. But, you've got all the time in the world. You can wait to be a Formula One driver, at least until you're 18. You don't have to come in when you're 17. But the key with Max Verstappen is that he is good enough. And we saw that on the track in the practice sessions, that he is a very competent young man. And Helmut Marko, keeps a watchful eye on all the young talent and doesn't make mistakes very often.
I think it's staggering. When you and I were 17, we couldn't keep our electric cars the right way up.
No. When I was 17, I was working as a stagehand in a local theatre and having a great time and enjoying myself with little or no responsibility other than shunting a piece of scenery into the right place at the right time. Shunting a Formula One car, with the world's best drivers at a rate of knots around a track is not something I could comprehend at the age of 17. But, I'm not Max Verstappen. That's why I'm going to be talking about him instead. Yeah,
that's it. Those who can do, those who can't sit
commentate.
Up here. Yes.
Exactly.
Right. Anyone got a question for Crofty? Robbo's here with the microphone.
I was just wondering, Ferrari now have 2 world champions in their team, but they need a car that's very specific to them. And they can't if the rear end's moving around, they're not comfortable with it. Whereas with Red Bull, they've got 2 who are rookies in some respects, but still a year or 2 in the thing. Do you think that Red Bull might have a stronger lineup next year compared to Ferrari if the car isn't too good for Ferrari in aerodynamic performance?
At least Ferrari can set a car up for 2 drivers that require a similar setup. Part of Kimi's problem last year was that Fernando Alonso wanted one thing and he wanted the other. And when that happens, normally Fernando Alonso gets his way and the other has to make do with it. As James Allison said halfway through the season, Kimi's going to have to put up with this. I don't, in terms of Kvyat and Ricciardo, I don't think their driving style is too different. You would imagine it's not that different. Certainly at Ferrari, it's not. I think aero-wise, both teams are actually in a position where it's a little more straightforward and simple for them to design a car to their driver's strengths. But designing a car and it turning out that way on the track are often 2 completely different things. And I notice as well that Pirelli are making the odd tweak to some of the tyres construction, isn't it? The rears and the super soft's going to be a different compound. So whether that has any implications yet, we'll wait and see in Jerez.
Yeah, Paul Hembry told me on Thursday that they are expecting to have to ramp up the tyres because we're in year 2. And these guys have got a handle on the kit and making it last and they're going to speed up this year.
There's a massive amount of stress goes through the tyres from the wheel spin, from the torque that these hybrid engines are producing, and there'll be even more this year. You're right in that one. That's why the rears need a stiffer construction. Next question, sir.
You all right, Crofty?
I'm very well. Are you good this morning?
I'm not bad.
Good man.
Do you think that there's too many races for the teams? Not for the fans, for the teams.
No.
In times gone by, Marussia and Caterham had have still been in it at end of season and recouping for next season.
That's a good point. Fewer races, they'd have made the money go further, wouldn't it?
Yeah, well, that's true, but the thing, the teams, most of the teams, not Marussia and Caterham jointly, I think get help with their freight, and it all counts as part of the prize money. No, I don't think that there's too many races. I think we're about right with 20, to be honest. I think you need to give the fans what they want, and you need a stimulus throughout the year. You can't keep having massive breaks. It's, we'd all like to sit and watch Formula E and get interested in that, and we are. We were crowding around the bar watching it last night, but they had a really long break, didn't they, between their first 2 races, and I think that was a real shame. You lose the momentum. Formula One gets that right. There is enough money in the sport to keep the likes of Marussia and Caterham in it. It's not the fact that there's too many races, it's the fact that they didn't get enough money in the first place, and then they actually spent more than they had and didn't actually have the money to keep going at the way they wanted to spend it, which is partly their fault and partly the fault of the sport. But no, I don't think personally there are too many races. I think 21 and 22, you might get into the realms there where you start to get too many races, and that's not from my point of view or the fans' point of view, but from the guys who are flying around the world, working in the garages. I know that the the curfew has helped a lot of the late night working, but they're still knackered at the end of the season. They still don't get a lot of time off in the winter. And people forget this. That in the winter, they're just as busy back at the factory as they are during the season, in the garages. Yes, it's their choice to go and work like that, but you need to help them out a little bit. So keep it at 20. Don't go to 22, 23.
Here's the thing. Tell me what you think. I don't like back-to-back races, and here's why. When I was a kid, I used to build up the fever levels ahead of a race. Races on back-to-back weekends doesn't give you long enough to get excited about the next one.
I agree.
It's slightly overkill.
Yeah, but the trouble is, Henry, if you don't have back-to-back races, it then becomes a very, very expensive sport. Because a lot of the back-to-backs are put in to save money.
They stay out there, don't they?
They stay out there. That's why...
And they see their families less.
Yeah. But
it's the rub, isn't it?
You see your families for the same amount, because then you create a week's gap elsewhere in the schedule. And I think at the moment it's nice. You get 4 races, then there's like a 3-week gap, isn't there? And then we go all the way through to Hungary, then there's the summer break, and then we go all the way through to Singapore, and then there's a break of a couple of weeks. I haven't quite got my dates in line yet, and then we go through to the end. I'm with you. Back-to-back races don't give you that fever time, but a lot of journalists would find it very hard if there wasn't back-to-back races to cover the sport. Fans lose out because there's not as many journalists covering the sport. I know my body clock would suffer if I was going out to a far-flung place, coming back, going out, coming back. Staying out is quite nice sometimes. Excuse my voice. I've been shouting in the live action arena for 3 days now, and I've got one more day to go. But no, I'd keep the back-to-backs.
Yeah, good, valid arguments. Right, let's have a couple more.
Hi,
don't
Crofty.
die on me.
Obviously, Lewis and Nico last year was to and fro. What was your personal opinion on Monaco, where he sort of came back on the track and Lewis couldn't finish his lap? Do you think it was intentional?
I don't know. I don't know what went on in Nico Rosberg's mind at that moment. I know Nico Rosberg well enough to hope that he didn't do it deliberately. His dad, I remember, spoke out about Michael Schumacher parking at Rascasse in 2006 and was quite adamant that sort of thing should never happen. So you would hope that Keke has passed that down. It would have been a very bad show if it was deliberate. You hear things that make you think, well, maybe if that's true, it was deliberate. I certainly think, and I've never spoken to him about this, I really haven't, because I'm never going to know the truth, because unless Nico wants to sit me down someday and say, right, Crofty, here's a lie detector test, this is the truth, mate. I'd like to believe in someone's innocence on this one, but what I do think, and he didn't do anything wrong in terms of breaking the rules with this, what I do think is that once he did go off, he reversed deliberately to get back on the track, and he knew exactly what he was doing, and he knew that he was actually not breaking any rules by doing that. And that is utilising the rules to its fullest extent. That is doing what every Grand Prix driver does week in, week out, and that's gaining the biggest possible advantage that they possibly can. But I really hope that he didn't go off the track deliberately, because that would be a poor show. And he's better than that. He didn't need to do that. Although it did give us some brilliant stories and some brilliant reactions. And when Natalie Pinkham spoke to the guys at the pen afterwards, I'm sat in the commentary box, glued to what's going on. It's unbelievable.
Your mate Brundle, there is no one wiser in the sport, I find. What did he think?
He thought at the time he didn't do it deliberately, and now thinks that he might have done. I think it's a fair way of putting it. I don't know. One day, I'd like to sit Nico down and say, right, come on, man to man, this goes no further, tell me. But to be honest, I'd prefer it, I think, when he's not racing anymore, because if he did say he did it deliberately, it rather clouds your judgment for any calls in the future.
When he's grown a massive tash and have a huge cigar like his old man. Yeah.
I can't see him ever growing a moustache, to be honest.
No. Shame. No. Right, Robbo, one more.
Hi, Crofty.
Hello.
First of all, thanks for all the effort you guys put in on Sky F1. It really is good entertainment.
Hear, hear.
Especially the Ask Crofty. That's,
Well, thank you. Listen, we're just a bunch of guys having a lot of fun, and if you're having a lot of fun with us, brilliant.
Yeah. Just a question. Susie Wolf, she's been going from strength to strength in the back of the Williams garage. And so it's a couple of questions. A, does she want a drive? And B, do you think she's got the potential for one?
Yes, she definitely wants a drive. One of the things about three-car teams, if that comes in, I think that would help the likes of Susie to get a drive from time to time and create more spaces. I think she does a very good job as their test driver, and so do Williams. Otherwise, they wouldn't be putting her in the car again this year. I can speak from personal experience of my 3 laps in a Formula One car that she gave me some great advice for and helped me prepare extensively. Before I went to Paul Ricard. Why are you shaking your head? I've done 3 laps in a Formula One car. I'm going to milk this like a dairy farmer, mate, till the cows come home. We sat down in Monaco, actually, and she said, Crofty, you're rubbish. You're not going to go very fast round the corners, so go slowly round the corners, get the things straight, and then put your foot down. Treat it like a drag race. I mean, so much little faith in me on that one.
It's exactly what I was told to do when I drove an old Prost at Ricard.
Yeah.
I was fantastic in a straight line with all the traction on and the...
What was your lap time?
20 minutes, 21 minutes or something like that, I
think. It was an amazing day. And Susie really helps, actually. Is she good enough to race? That's the key here. And, you know, I'd love to see women drivers coming into the sport. And I put it in the category, I'd love to see more drivers coming into the sport and more seats being available. But it's got to be on merit. And that's not just female drivers, that's any driver coming into Formula One. And I don't think that is necessarily the case at the moment with some drivers. Money, rightly so, because teams need the money, is put as, you know, the first checklist to tick off. But I think what Susie has done in recent years is open up the possibility to a lot of young Susies around the UK and around the world that actually they could get to Formula One. And this will be, if Susie doesn't make it as a race driver, this will be her legacy, I think, to the future of the sport when she finally, you know, retires from driving. That if she has inspired people in the same way Lewis inspired people from his background, you know, growing up in a council house and an estate in Stevenage and going on to win a world championship. If Susie says being a woman is no handicap, is no setback to being a Formula One driver, and the talent pool at the junior levels of female drivers expands to the extent that actually a few more make it through to Formula Renault 2.0, to Euro F3, to Formula 3.5, to GP2, and then one of those really talented female drivers on merit gets to drive in an F1 car, then brilliant. Then we have reached exactly what we need in the sport of Formula One, and then the sponsors will be there and they can go and race, because there's absolutely no reason why a female driver cannot race against the male drivers. But it's got to be on merit. Everything in the sport has got to be on merit. Nothing should be handed to you on a plate. And I'm not saying it is with Susie at all, because it's not, because she fully deserves to be doing what she's doing at the moment. But expand that talent pool. Let's find the next big female stars.
I once asked Murray Walker why there aren't any female, or hardly any female racing drivers, and his answer was classic and absolutely spot on. He said, because 99% of women are just much nicer than all the men, and they've got their egos under control.
Yeah. Well, there is a point there to every single lady here today. Do something about your ego, get some arrogance, and stop being so damn nice. Yeah?
There's no such thing as small woman syndrome, is there?
Where are you going with this?
I'm stopping now. You've got to go.
Am I back to the live action arena?
Do you get a couple of minutes rest before you have to do that?
Yeah, they stick me in the back of a car, they drive me, they push me on stage, and then Petter Solberg comes on with Terry Grant and all the rest, and they do things with motor cars that you and I can only dream about.
Yes, Petter's on in a few seconds.
Love it.
You've got 20 minutes to prepare. Crofty, thanks, mate.
Thanks, everybody.
Have a cracking
Have a great
David
winter.
Croft,
we'll
everybody.
see you soon. Take
Cheers,
care.
mate.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
Our thanks again to Crofty. Petter Solberg will be on in a minute. And if you don't know who Petter Solberg is, we're going to play a DVD on the screen in a few seconds. And it'll give you some idea of how much fun we're going to have up here in a few minutes. You've seen the video? Let's meet the man. Please welcome the 2003 World Rally Champion and the 2014 FIA World Rally Cross Champion, the irrepressible and indefatigable Petter Solberg.
That was a long introduction.
Do you know what irrepressible and indefatigable mean?
Not a chance.
That's a good thing. Have a seat.
Is that bad, guys?
Irrepressible means we can't slow you down.
Okay.
And indefatigable means you're never tired.
I must say, I was a little bit tired last night.
Yes.
I had a hard day, and
I saw some of that.
Yeah.
It was nasty.
I was driving hard yesterday, that's for sure.
I don't want to spoil their opinion of you by going into any detail. How are you? Okay.
I'm very good.
You're flat out, aren't you? In the car, out the car, up on here.
On the roof, and I enjoy, you know, and when things are well done and have with good people to do, it's easy to do and be around, and it's great.
This is our 7th interview since Thursday morning. Shall we? Have we got anything different to talk about?
I think I'm talking about different things all the time.
They haven't heard it actually.
One time we talked about curtains, and so it's. I think you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well done this season. Most wins. An amazing run in the middle with 3 in a row. You clinched the championship. You were still winning at the end. It was great to watch, actually.
Yeah, it's been a fantastic year. Winning the first race in Portugal, that gave me a really good confidence through the season. And I was crying after the victory. And the mechanics, when I came into the service park, they were on their knees, and after the hard work they put it in, it was very emotional victory. And after that, the guys had so much energy to put in, so they worked day and night for more victories. And I don't know if many people have seen it, but one of the closest victories this year with 5,000 in front of Matthias Ekström
in Germany.
In Germany,
yeah.
That gave. He thought he actually won, and he jumped, out to all the people, journalists, and I won. So he was doing a show over there, and I was doing my show over there, and but 5,000 is enough,
More satisfying than winning the World Rally Championship with Subaru in 2003.
The thing is, you can't compare things like this. When I did the championship that time, rallying was very, very good with all the drivers. Colin McRae, Tommy Mäkinen, Carlos Sainz, Sebastian Loeb. Everybody was there from the old and the new era, and that victory is very special. When I came down Morgan Park fighting with Loeb, it's some memories that it's hard to believe,
The crowd in Margam was amazing. I remember it. And you got out the car and you leapt into a wall of Norwegian fans, and they threw you up in the air. It was cool. We don't have that anymore, really.
Well, that time I didn't remember so much of what I did after I jumped out of the car. So I did things that I saw on TV after, and I thought, okay, that's it. But to tell you the truth, the rallycross victory this year, when we built up the whole team ourselves, the engineering, the car, and everything, that makes it different. Even more personalized.
I've got a pair of tickets to give away to come and see Petter at Lydden, the British round of this year's World Rallycross Championship. So think of a good question for Petter, and we'll get some of those in a moment. The cars are amazing, aren't they? They've got nearly twice the power of a World Rally car, and when they're all banging into each other, it does make for a good show.
It does, that's what I try to say to people, that driving rallycross, your heart is outside the overall, and it's very nervous to stand beside 4 other people there and try to be the first one to come into the first corner. But with 600 horsepower and accelerating 0 to 100 in 2 seconds, maybe just underneath 2 seconds, it makes you very, very happy, I must say.
we can but imagine. This year, can you change the car? Have you developed it? Are you confident you'll take another step?
I'm very confident, and I think I'm better than ever, and we're starting with the car tomorrow after this show, because we flew back from Argentina to get it here for the show for you. It's over at the Motoring newsstand, and then the mechanics are ready, flat out. I think they have planned 6 weeks to do all the changes with the geometry, the chassis, moving a lot of different things. And the engine is in France now in the dyno this week, and it looks like we have much more power for this year's championship.
Good. The rallycross car is a Citroën DS3, but you've got an old Citroën Zara, haven't you? Which Sebastian Loeb had so much success with in WRC. And that in there is, I've seen the videos of you doing horrible things to it.
No, I am a person with a lot of feelings for cars. I treat them with love. If that makes, I'm not a very romantic guy, but
you are.
But this Xara, we have it's 450 horsepower. We have put it in a different turbo to make even a better show. And a lot of the cars I had in my career, I have problem to sell them, so I keep them. So we have 27 cars back home now, from the Subaru winning car, the Petter Solberg edition car, the Subaru made when I was world champion, the Volvo and different things. And it's something that I'm a little bit into history, and keeping my all the overalls since I was 18, all the helmets. I think it's great, and I love what I'm doing, and
Yeah, we're a bunch of purists on Autosport magazine, and we appreciate it when guys who are in the modern game care about what went on before, the history, because quite often young drivers, they don't know what happened yesterday in terms of racing history. So, yeah, don't be ashamed about that.
No,
Let's have some questions for Petter. Got a pair of tickets to Lyddon for the British round of the World Rallycross Championship.
It has to be very good.
What's the difference between having somebody sitting next to you telling you which direction to go to doing rallycross?
Well,
Phil Mills is very grateful, isn't he? He doesn't.
Phil Mills, he is a fantastic co-driver, and he have a lovely voice that when you hear him, you know, you get very happy and you drive even faster. But to tell you the truth, I have my wife on the air in rallycross. It's also lovely.
Is Pernilla on the radio?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
To tell me the joker lap and stuff. But you know, I can't say anything else anyway. It's fantastic.
You're doing a rally with her, aren't you? She's co-driving?
Yeah, first I drive the rally next week with Oliver. Oliver, my son, 13 years old. He will be a co-driver in the Escort Mark II in Sweden.
Is that allowed?
Doesn't matter. I put him in and he put the seatbelt on it. I'm sure it'll be okay.
Oh,
you know, and
brilliant. I suppose
he's not bigger than this, so it should be okay.
His mother doesn't mind because she used to do it as well, didn't she?
Yeah, no problem. She's actually okay. You know, I think we, you know, I had the same life, and you know, and it's been quite okay with me.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, let's have another.
WRC seems to go the wrong way. Classic events disappear like the Acropolis, and Poland goes on. No teams, no many spectators. What do you think should be done?
You need to come back with Subaru. Solberg and Subaru come back to rallying.
No, I love rallying, but the thing is, it's a lot, you know, when I do things myself back in Norway or different places, I want to have things so everybody can be a part of what I'm doing, you know. I want to be for the people. The thing is now with the TV, if not, you can see it everywhere, easy, and so you can get close to it and follow it weekly. When it's a race, you know, it's difficult, you know. It's a little bit, then it needs to be more live. It needs to be more consistent with things. And I've been in rallying when it's up and down, and I hope it's getting better. It's a fantastic sport to watch, and with the more helicopter views, you know, from the TV, it's great, you know, jumping 67 meters and landing, and it hurts.
That's right. It's easier with a helicopter, isn't it? For fixed cameras is difficult in rallying because you need so many along the stages.
I think that, you know, you have all the live cameras on internet, so if you can follow each driver from internet and you can choose the drivers, you can still have the split times to see where they are at this point. And it would have been great. Look at the driving and look at outside, inside, you know, everywhere. I think it's they have massive potential, you know. But let's hope it's getting better. But in rallycross anyway, we have good TV, the IMG, but it's much easier to follow and film. Close action and everything is on one arena, so difficult to compare.
Yeah, absolutely right. Young man there.
What was your best crash and why?
Brilliant. Your best crash and why? I know the answer to the why bit.
That was a very good question. I have crashed a lot in my younger days. I rolled 6 times before I was 18 on my farm. So my mother and father was not happy.
In a tractor?
No, in the car, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. The best crash. I can tell you the worst crash. Not the best crash, but the worst crash. That was in Germany. And it was bad. I thought I actually killed my car driver. The car was completely flat. And
Phil's quite tall.
It's very tall, and it was terrible. I only bite my tongue. And I remember I walked. They didn't close the race because I ran up to the start line, because just after the start line. And I told the guy, stop the race. No, what is it? Calm down, he said. And I was, then I got absolutely mental. And I said, I'm not calming down. You stop the race, you get the helicopter, get my car driver straight to hospital. And then they stopped it because I took the doctor like this. Because when it's something serious, you know, you have to respect it. You know, safety is first. And then the good story is coming. Then Phil come to the hospital. And I came up there and Phil, how are you doing? He was blue and blood. Oh, it's terrible, you know. So how are you doing? Oh, fine. Fine. I'm absolutely perfect. Well, it doesn't look like, I said, maybe it sounds like. But in 1 week, we're going to Japan, and we're going to do the first World Championship rally in Japan with the Subaru. And it's quite... all the presidents are coming from STI and Subaru, and it was quite...
it's the year after your title, wasn't it? 2004.
Yes. And it was quite critical to do really well. And I said, Phil, maybe I should find another car driver. No, 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 no. He was full of morphine, you know. He was completely up in the air. And I said, no, 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 no problem. I'm ready. Okay. Came down to the rally the week after. First stage. You know, we were quite nervous, both of us. Beating Sebastian Loeb with 15 seconds. We won the three rallies after each other. And I tell you, unbelievable. So, recovering from the biggest accident we ever had and just put in 3 in a row. That
Great question, great answer.
Yeah.
What's your name, young man? Would you like to go to Lyddon to watch Petter, the rallycross? Deal. Round of applause for the young man.
you have the tickets.
Yeah. James will take you into the office and we'll get your details. Well done, good work.
Yeah.
What are you doing? What are you going to do with those?
No, I think, you know, I don't know. He never gives anything away, does he? You know, exactly. So
I'm not allowed to throw things off the stage.
No, healthy and safety thing, isn't it?
Yeah. By the time I finish speaking to you this afternoon, I might be throwing you off the stage.
That hurt.
Don't hurt each other.
That hurt.
Catching our hats, will you?
But I mean, I like safety is important, so you throw the capses and you can fight for it.
You do throw like a bit of a girl, actually.
Yeah, but I'm not afraid. I'm a little bit feminine, you know, so it's no problem. But I'm fast and I know it, so I don't care. Thank you, everybody.
Ladies and gentlemen, Petter Solberg. Petter's back at 3:30 this afternoon, so we'll have a bit more fun and games on the stage. It'll be my final interview of the 4 days later on. So thanks for your time. I'm going to be back in a minute with Oliver Jarvis, Audi sports car and Le Mans ace. Okay, folks, we're going to be talking the World Endurance Championship and the Le Mans 24 Hours with a young British star of the Works Audi team. He's been promoted to the big car, and he's filling the boots of a legend. Tom Christensen has retired, and in his place comes a young man in a real hurry. Please welcome Oliver Jarvis. Not that much of a hurry. Just Petter to leave his microphone there, look.
I thought that was your job to take it back in.
I'll remind me when we finished. Good to see you, mate. Many congratulations. Massive chance for you, and a real sort of acknowledgement of the role you've played within Audi's sports car team to get TK's seat.
Yeah, a huge opportunity for myself. A long time coming. Like you say, I've been working hard behind the scenes. Recent years I've just been doing Spa and Le Mans for the team, but I've been heavily involved in the testing. So to now get the opportunity to step up and do the full WE season, for me it's a dream come true. But like you say, filling the shoes of a certain Tom Christensen, you know, that's big shoes to fill. But I'm really looking forward to the job ahead and just can't wait to get in the car now.
He's going to be missed, isn't he? He contributed so much. 9 Le Mans wins, 6 Sebring wins, a World Championship. The stats are amazing.
Yeah, he's definitely going to be missed, but I think he's going to be a bit like Alan, where he's probably going to be around more than he was when he was driving. But certainly on track, he's a legend. You can't replace him. I don't think anybody will ever beat that. Them stats, 9 Le Mans wins is incredible. When you think what it takes to win Le Mans once, you've got to have luck, but you've got to have talent, good teammates, good car. So many things have to fall into place, and it's not a coincidence he won it 9 times. He's had everything. He was the full package. So, he will be missed. But like I say, I think he's going to be at the track most of the time. He's going to be there supporting us. And for me, I can also draw on his experience, and he can really help me.
I remember it when I was a kid, and I saw Jackie Ickx win his 6th Le Mans in 1982. I thought, that'll never be beaten. Never in a million years. And here we are. As you say, if it was easy, everyone would win it 9 times, wouldn't they? These cars, these World Endurance cars, these LMP1 prototypes, they're amazing, aren't they? They've got sort of Formula One levels of technology with a roof.
Incredible cars. I mean, even just to look at, I have to say, I think they look stunning. I always thought when the Audi looked a bit like a Batmobile. But when you underneath there, the amount of technology that's crammed in is phenomenal. Just the amount of wiring that goes on. Nowadays, we tend to talk more about electronics and hybrids than we actually do about springs and dampers, which is, it's a big change for a driver, but also for the engineers. But I think the great thing about the WEC is we're pushing technology. It's why Audi, Porsche, Toyota, Nissan, they're so interested, is it's road car relevant. And a lot of the technology that we sort of develop on the Le Mans car is trickled down into road production, and that's a huge benefit for Audi.
That's right. It's build, test, develop, race, sell, isn't it? And if you guys can make it work on the racetrack for 24 hours at 200 and whatever miles an hour, it comes down into our road cars. Our road cars are better and more enjoyable.
Yeah, it's exactly that. I mean, there's no more punishment. There's nothing more punishing than 24 hours flat out, which it really is nowadays. Gone are the days where we used to look after the brakes or save the engine. It's turned into a 24-hour sprint race, and the competition and the level we're now at is absolutely phenomenal.
Some of the recent Le Mans races have been won by a dozen seconds after 360 odd laps, 24 hours. It's amazing, isn't it?
I think if 20 years ago, if you'd have said you were winning races after 24 hours by 12.6 seconds, you'd never have believed it. But it really has come down to that, where now every lap we're pushing, and you're taking risks in traffic because you're aware that 2 seconds, that really can be the difference between winning and losing Le Mans. So that's where the sport really has changed, and that's why from the very first hour we already see people taking risks, a bit of touching here and there, but it's only made the sport more interesting. Certainly for me as a spectator when I'm watching, to see the guys really going wheel to wheel already in the first hour is incredible. And I think we're at such a good place at the moment with the WEC and sports car racing in general that it's only going to develop further and continue to grow.
Yeah. We've spoken to you over the years as a young single-seater driver. You won the McLaren Autosport BRDC award a few years ago. You've got in bed with Audi and you've made the switch to sports cars. Has it turned out how you expected? Being a single-seater driver is quite selfish, isn't it? You're on your own. and you've got to beat your teammate in the other car. In sports cars, you're sharing the car with two other guys, and you've got to work together, haven't you?
Yeah, it's a big change, especially coming from single-seaters. But I think you quickly realise that you are part of a team, and the word we use is compromise. So you're constantly making compromises because, for example, when we talk about the setup of the car, there's no good one driver loving the car and the other two drivers not. You know, even if that one driver's a second a lap quicker, if the other two are a second a lap slower, it's detrimental to the team. So now, you know, when we go into the briefings, we're talking about, you know, for example, I might say I prefer the car to have more front grip, but if my two teammates prefer more rear grip, then we have to find somewhere in between that's, you know, suits all three of us. But for me, I always laugh. One of the toughest things is making the seat. So with three drivers, you've got to make a seat that fits all three of you. And actually, the best example is someone like Alan and myself is perfect. Because what you do, you make an inlay. And Alan, I would make what we call the base seat. Alan would make the inlay, and he'd have his own seat. But when you get two similar drivers, it's not always possible. So it becomes very difficult. But there's also pluses to having teammates. You know, I actually really enjoy it. You know, you're traveling together. You can sort of come in, talk to each other about the car, and, you know, you've got that other opinion. So it's incredible, I have to say. And it's something that, whilst it takes a bit of getting used to, I wouldn't change it for the world. But
you're competitive guys, aren't you? It's in your nature. You want to be the quickest of the three in the car, but it's all about the long game, isn't it? You need the two guys to help you, and you win together. Yeah, don't underestimate. You may be working as a team, but you still want to be the quickest guy in the car, because we've all come from single-seaters or comes from careers where we were the only driver. And the reason we've got to the position we are now is because we have that competitive spirit. And so every time you get in the car, you're still trying to prove yourself. You're still trying to better your teammates' time. You know, that's your benchmark. But at the same time, you have to work together. So you're not always going to get the new tyres. Sometimes your teammate will. And you just accept that. And as long as you all realise and you share and you're fair with each other, it works. Audi had a tough season in 2014. Toyota upped its game. Porsche was strong, winning a race at the end. But the win at Le Mans was important, wasn't it? That's the big one. And I think that hurt Toyota, didn't it, not winning that one? That was hugely important, because I think without the win at Le Mans, you could say Audi's year was almost a disaster. But that really saved the year. I think this year, the Porsche has been very strong, but in particular, Toyota definitely had the strongest package. The rules are slightly against Audi, we feel, with the diesel engine. We were surprised about some rule changes that took place just before the first race. But that's no excuse. I mean, our competitors have done a great job. It was certainly a tough end to the year. But to go out there and win Le Mans, when I have to say Toyota had the advantage, it must have been heartbreaking for them. But Audi's so good at getting results when everything's against them. You know, in years gone by, they've not always had the quickest car, but they continue winning. And that's down to good teamwork and belief. Yeah, you don't win Le Mans 13 times in 15 years without that, do you? Nissan joining in 2015 in LMP1. They're going to have to work hard, aren't they, against you three? Yeah, I don't think you can ever underestimate the job these guys are doing. I'm talking Porsche, Toyota and Audi. So for Nissan to come in, it's going to be extremely tough. But I have to say, I'm very excited. I've been hearing a lot of rumours. There's certainly a lot of gossip about what the car's going to look like, how much horsepower. But when you read their comments, they seem very confident. So they obviously believe they've got a very good package. But, I mean, what a golden era for sports car racing with, you know, all these manufacturers joining, top driver lineups. So I just can't wait to get back in the car and get the season started now. First rounds at Silverstone. Great to race on home soil, of course. Plenty of testing before then? Firstly, I mean, it's great for me because I very rarely get to race in the UK these days. You know, probably done 2 or 3 races in the last 7 years in the UK. So can't wait to get to Silverstone. It'll be my second time on the new layout. But yeah, we've got plenty of testing before the first race. Whilst there's a lot of days, the actual time you get in the car is quite limited. With so many drivers, we have to share the testing out equally. And that's one thing I will say compared to a single-seater driver. If you do a day's testing, you've got the whole day to yourself. Whereas, you know, if we go for a day's testing, we're quite often sharing the car between 3 of us. So you do get less time in the car, but you know, I think we'll be able to arrive at Silverstone fully prepared. A lot of work to do to try and make a huge step forward, but we're doing our best. And you're sharing with Loic Duval, aren't you, and Lucas de Grassi? Yeah. 2 teammates I know quite well. I drove with Lucas already in Le Mans,
And Loic Duval, I met first in Japan in 2007, but also raced against him in A1. So 2 great guys, and really can't wait to start working with them.
I'm sure it'll be mega. Very best of luck with it. Thanks for talking to us. Ladies and gentlemen, Oliver Jarvis.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Ollie. We're sticking with sports cars. I'm going to be talking to another recently retired Audi star, a 3-time Le Mans winner and the 2013 World Endurance Champion. Alan McNish will be here in a moment. Okay, folks, my next guest is probably my most capped guest. I think I've probably had him on this stage 9 of the 10 years I've been doing it. He's great value. He's a 3-time Le Mans winner, a World Sports Car champion, an ex-Grand Prix driver, and he talks a little bit about it on the BBC as well. Please welcome Alan McNish.
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning. How is everybody this morning? Yeah.
You look remarkably fresh.
Fresher than you do, mister.
Yes, I've been up here a long time. Welcome. Happy New Year.
Thank you. Thank you.
How was it? How was your year of pipe and slippers?
It wasn't very many times with the pipe and slippers. It was a good year, a lot of fun. Much more relaxed than when you're racing. Clearly, first year in retirement takes a little bit of getting used to in some respects. But I think with the two sort of main parts of what I was doing in terms of the BBC for the Grand Prix coverage, and also from Audi's perspective at the track, and also as an ambassador, then I kind of was still involved in everything exactly in the same way as I was. I was going to the same races and I was still part of it. It's just that I wasn't physically, when the race started, getting in the car. And I replaced that adrenaline kind of kick, if you like, with the BBC, because in a way, when you're, the start of a race, when you're driving, you get one hit to get it right going into the first corner. And it's the same on the commentary. You can't sort of say when they come out of turn 1, can I do that again? And so therefore you've got to keep your mind focused, and it was a new challenge as well. So overall I really enjoyed it.
When your car was on the grid at Silverstone for the first round of the World Endurance Championship, you're in the garage with the cans on and you're feeling part of the team, did you think, I wish I was in it now?
No. I was very proud
really?
of the big number 1 for World Champion on the front of it, but I didn't have a feeling. There was one time, Henry, when we were at Le Mans, and right at the beginning of the first qualifying session, the cars go out, and that was always quite a special moment, because that circuit you only go onto at the test day and then at the race, and it's such a big build-up to Le Mans, and it's such a big event anyway, that you go out and if you're the one of the first cars, and at Audi where we were on the pit lane, we're always one of the first cars out, then you've got a clear track and you come out Tetra Rouge and you can see pretty much all the way down to Mulsanne, and there's nothing ahead of you. And that actually I quite enjoyed, but that was probably the only few seconds where I thought about it. I was actually the Grand Marshal, so I drove the pace car lap leading up to 3 o'clock, and that was pretty cool. But by then I'd kind of scratched all the itch that could have had.
You were explaining yesterday that there's more to it driving the pace car than you might think. You've got to drive to exact times, haven't you, at various points, so that they cross the line at 3.
I had to go on a lesson. I had to go on a course. They said right,
how to drive slowly.
Yeah, how to drive round, and I didn't quite hit the time mark that was expected the first time around, because I was actually pushing flat out. It was an R8 LMX, which was the new R8 road car, and coming into the first chicane on the first time, I was doing 190 miles an hour, which was a little bit more than the 120 they wanted. So you've got a specific time that you've got to go. You've got a speed and a time for every corner, and it's updated, and you have a co-driver next to you who is actually clocking it. Because one of the important things of Le Mans, if you think back to the film, is the race starts when that big hand goes up and clicks onto 3 o'clock. And so therefore at 3 o'clock you have to the second, be pulling into the pit lane to release the cars. And that's when the flag goes up, and Alonso lifted the flag just as I pulled in, and then off they went. But, when you're looking in the mirror as well, coming down into Indianapolis, I was a little bit ahead, a few seconds ahead, and I lifted off to let the car coast. And you could hear and feel the power as they were accelerating and braking, warming brakes up, tyres up, charging the hybrid systems. And you could actually, in a car in front, just feel all of that, pent-up aggression, if you like, from the grid as they were ready to rock and roll for 24 hours.
You had a wonderful career with Audi that started back in 2000. Much of it with your old mate TK, Tom Christensen. He's retired now. Did you suspect that he might follow you?
No, clearly everybody's got to retire at some point, and Tom's much older than I am. I'm a whippersnapper in comparison to him, so he had to. But, Tom is a different character to me. He just loves driving anything. It would be a shopping trolley or a touring car or a sports car or a historic car at the Copenhagen Grand Prix. He loves driving. And in that respect, we were slightly different animals. But when I called him up and told him I was going to stop, I think it shocked him. Because it was starting to be the end of an era. Because we had Dindo Capello, who was our longtime teammate, Tom Dindo and I. And Dindo retired a couple of years ago, then myself. And so I suppose there was an inevitable aspect to it that he was going to retire. But I, like you, like I think a lot of people were hoping he was going to have his 10th Le Mans victory. And that would be a nice way to go out. But he was so close to it. And a wee turbo problem, or it would have been there.
Some great wins for you. Right back in '98 with Porsche, of course. Great to have such an iconic sports car brand back in the World Championship.
No, it is. It is. And, '98 was when Porsche were last in. They had a 15-year sabbatical, which was 15 years too long. In reality, it should have only been a 1 year, and then a new car was ready and prepared, and we tested and developed it for 2000. But they canned that program early, and which actually led me to go to Audi and then to Toyota in Formula One. So it was a bit of a convoluted sort of situation. But from Porsche's point of view, they've came back, and they came back very aggressively. Signing Mark Webber was a statement, and it wasn't a statement that we want to come in and build up gently. It was we want to come in hard. And they definitely did that. They outperformed my expectations, honestly. At Le Mans, they were fighting for the lead with about 3 hours to go. And then they won the final race of the World Endurance Championship. So clearly in 2015, they'll be a very strong competitor. And knowing the people, and there's a video going on in the background, and it's led by a guy called Wolfgang Hatz. And Hatz was in charge of engine or drivetrain and engine at Audi before. So I know exactly Wolfgang Hatz, and I know the way he is, and I know his determination. And it replicates what we have at Audi. And so that inter-company battle, if you like, because both are under the Volkswagen umbrella, is pretty aggressive, I can tell you. But we shouldn't forget that we've also got Toyota and Nissan, two Japanese marques, who are extremely competitive as well.
Toyota inside out. You race for them in Formula One and sports cars. Their expenditure success ratio has been better in World Endurance than it was in Formula One, hasn't it? They got their sums right last year.
Expenditure was very high in Formula One. Their success was very low. So yes, I don't think it could have been any worse. But yeah, no, they've done a very good job this year. They came in a couple of years ago, and they were quick, won a few races. 2013, I think, thought they were going to clean up, but they underestimated, in my opinion, Audi's response to that. And we made a very good fist of what we had, and we won all the big races, and we won the World Championship. And then they came back more aggressively in 2014 with the new regulations, and they won the World Championship with Anthony Davidson and Sebastian Buemi. However, Le Mans went again to Audi, and so they've kind of got half the way there. They haven't won the big prize that they really want to win. And I know that because I raced for Toyota at Le Mans in '99, and I know how important that Le Mans victory is for the trophy cabinet for TMC in Tokyo. And, they will do whatever they can to actually achieve it, which is good for all of us fans.
You actually denied them in '98 too.
I know.
I'm amazed you got a job out of it.
So was I, actually. But I tell you what, they really didn't like when I kept bringing up their gearbox problem from '98, and the fact that why didn't you just use a synchromesh like Porsche did, and you'd have been okay. But they have tried so many times, because they tried also early '90s with Eddie Irvine, and they were again very quick, and they got kind of nearly there, but not quite getting it.
Yeah, second in '94, yeah.
Yeah, and it just proves, in a way, for the world's largest car company, how if they cannot succeed, and I know it from a driver's point of view, but clearly they're finding out from a manufacturer's point of view. Le Mans is a different animal. It's not a 6-hour race. It's not a sprint race. It is sprint race in terms of its mentality, but it's not a sprint race in terms of you have to get to that checkered flag. And to do that, you need to have everything perfect. And it might be that you have a technical problem, but you've got to be able to respond to it. And that's where I have to say Audi have been exemplary over the last decade.
Nissan's coming in with a proper LMP1 effort. Yep. What can they expect, apart from a hard time?
What can they expect? I think they can expect hard competition, hard racing. They can expect a very buoyant championship. because WEC's, it's getting stronger and deeper every single year. The first race is at Silverstone in April, and that will be a pretty special event. It'll be a hard battle between what you would say the three protagonists this year, but then you add in Nissan, and I have to say from an Audi perspective, we don't really know where Nissan are. We know the car is tested, we know that they're quite bullish about it, but we don't know where it is relative to competitiveness of us or Toyota, and that kind of gives you a little bit of a nervous anticipation about it in a way, and so it will be difficult for them to come in and compete directly straight away, because it's difficult for any manufacturer because the benchmark is so high. But they're a team and a company with a lot of pedigree, and so I'd expect them to be sort of ruffling a few feathers at some point.
It's brilliant. It reminds me of the sort of great days of Porsche, Jaguar, Nissan, Toyota, Mercedes in the Group C era with these big brands. Is there a danger that the costs will go up though when they're all trying to beat each other?
There is a danger, obviously, of that, and the costs are not cheap. We have to say, if you do a 24-hour race, if you just think about it logically here, you do a 24-hour race at Le Mans, it's roughly the same number of miles as 17 Formula 1 Grand Prix. So the cost of 17 Formula 1 Grand Prix is one of your races, which is Le Mans, so it isn't going to be cheap. But then again, Nissan are a big manufacturer, Audi are a big manufacturer, Toyota and Porsche, and they can all afford to do it. And it's all very much part of their development budgets to go into road cars as well. What we do have is also a very, very wide and talented driver lineups in there. And that's another factor to it, which gives it a wee bit extra pizzazz, I've got to say. When you've got like Nico Hülkenberg joining from Formula 1 for Le Mans because he wants to do it. He's got a real heartbeat towards it. You've got Fernando Alonso coming to races to spectate, like he did in Bahrain, or coming to lift the flag for the start of the race in Le Mans. Then it's clearly going in the right direction. And, I'm sure Alonso's going to be in a car at some point in the near future.
And the cars are riddled with tech, aren't they? They are, see, I told you I would. They are, the tech's almost as much as F1, but they've got screens and roofs.
It's got the maximum hybrid capacity is 8 megajoule, which is double what Formula 1 has. And it's got very, very, they are the most sophisticated cars in the world at the moment. And so from that point of view, it is very much a mobile test bench. The thing that Audi see it as is its relevance to the road car. And that's through, just as a small example, the lighting technology with initially the LED lighting and now laser lights, which will be on the next R8 LMX road car. And so, they're able to transfer that information across, which I think is why the manufacturers, not just in LMP, but also in GT, are migrating into the World Endurance Championship right now.
And even LMP2 is really competitive. There was a time not so long ago where if you finished the LMP2 race, you won it. It was a sort of a bit of a graveyard
you've
class.
got to finish it to win it, just so you know.
Yeah.
So a good thing.
It was only the winner left, wasn't it, in the class? And now it's mega.
Well, now it's also a driver category where you see young drivers coming and making their name. And sort of basically, Harry Tinknell's someone that I'm very closely associated with. And Harry made the jump from European Formula 3 to LMP2 last year. And winning Le Mans was a huge, huge thing for his career. And it made teams sit up and think and actually ask. And he drove the Audi R18 at a test, and he's done other bits and pieces from it. And so it's, LMP2 now is a very competitive category, but it's also a big stepping stone into the big time.
I know your answer to my next question will be maybe, but I'm going to ask you anyway.
Maybe.
Is Harry going to be in an LMP1 car anytime soon?
I'm very sure he will be in an LMP1 car at some point in the future, and I'm very sure that there's other drivers in that category as well. And it's interesting, speaking to some of the young guys, because in Britain at the moment, we've got a lot of talent. We've got Joylyn Palmer, for example, who won GP2. We've got Alex Lynn, who won GP3. We've got Dean Stoneman, who won more races in GP3 than anyone else. You've got, such a strong talent base there that they need to do something, and Formula 1 doesn't have the seats available. And they can see very clearly that driving these cars from a pure driving point of view, are absolutely as intense, but also from a career point of view, a very, very good option. And I can see quite a few drivers coming into LMP2 to use it as a stepping stone into LMP1.
Okay, we're going to get some questions from you guys for Alan. Anything goes, really. He's not afraid to tell us what he thinks. Any questions for Alan? Sports cars, Formula 1, go-karting, Formula 3.
That was a long time ago. That was 1989.
Yeah.
1989. I was
Amazing.
asked to sign a picture yesterday, which was from 1993 when I was testing with Benetton back in the day, and
making it quicker for Michael Schumacher.
Sorry?
Making it quicker for Michael Schumacher when he turned up.
Riccardo Patrese as well at the time, and it was I looked at it and I thought, my God, I must be old now because I looked very, very young then. But any questions? Oh, gentleman here.
Le Mans.
Yes.
What do you prefer, the dusk driving or the dawn?
Dawn.
Dawn.
I tell you what, the reason for it is, well, there's two things. One, there's a lot of heat still in the tarmac when it gets to dusk, 9 o'clock at night. And the other thing is there's still quite a lot of traffic out there. And you start to get, by the time it starts at 6 o'clock, when you get to 9:30, then the track hasn't quite cooled down. You're still on the hot weather tyre. And so the circuit's not quite its ultimate grip. And the other thing is that when you then come down into Indianapolis, you get the sun right in your eyes. So you're coming down into Indy at 210 mile an hour. And you know when you get that low sun that's right into your eyes, then you've got to sort of deal with that for about maybe 7 or 8 minutes. Now, 7 or 8 minutes is only 2 or 3 laps, but it's still quite tricky. Then when you get to the morning, it's actually quite romantic in a stupid way, because you come out to Tetra Rouge onto the Mulsanne and the sun rises from the left-hand side. So you'll be going down the straight and it's sort of getting lighter on the right-hand side, but still pitch dark on, in the left and pitch dark on your right. But you're on the soft tyre at that point, there's less traffic, and it's what they call happy hour. And that's when you can get really fast lap times. And, by then you need a little bit of motivation sometimes. And we've got a delta time on our dashboard, which tells you where you are to the fastest lap of the car. And you can see it coming out there, and it's -2/10, -3, -4, and you build up the lap, hopefully getting a clear lap, and then you've done the fastest lap of the race. And so, in a way, seeing the sun rise from the left-hand side, which is Paris, just illuminates the next day, and it does actually reinvigorate you. It gives you a wee bit more of a push and energy towards the last part of the race, because by that time, I'll tell you what, you've done a lot of hard work.
Good stuff. Right, any more questions? Someone must have something they need to get off their chest.
That's an easy.
Yeah?
With respect to the Silverstone 24 hours, do you think Britain could have a real world event 24-hour race?
They tried in Britcar, didn't they? And it's sort of up and down a bit, that race.
Honestly, I think you can only have so many 24-hour races. And there are big ones that have been around for a long, long time, like Le Mans, like Spa, like Nürburgring. And Nürburgring's taken on a fresh lease of life in the last little while. From a UK perspective, you only have Silverstone that has got a circuit configuration that could, in reality, run a big 24-hour race with international categories. And so I don't necessarily see it as something that's going to happen in the near future. It may. But, the Tourist Trophy, which is the oldest trophy in British motorsport, that comes with the 6 hours of Silverstone, which is in April, and that's a pretty intense event. It's the second biggest event I think they have at Silverstone now, and behind the Grand Prix clearly. And I think that's probably where it is right now. You've got to build these things. Petit Le Mans started in 1998, and it grew from nothing to 125,000 fans, and a big event, the second biggest sports car race in America, behind Sebring. But it took 10 years to do it.
I'd like a World Endurance Championship 24-hour race at Cadwell Park.
I've never raced at Cadwell Park.
Did you not?
No, never.
No.
I've only been to it once.
Mega place.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. I know. It's won the gooseneck and everything else. I heard so much about it, but never actually raced it, never drove around it.
It's not quite as wide as this stage, so yeah, it's quite hairy. Right, any more questions for Alan? Where's he gone? Oh, there you are.
It's a gentleman there. Yep.
Alan, a few years ago, just after the Dunlop Bridge, you had a big off. We weren't too far away.
Neither was I.
Nah. But you got up jumped up out of the car, testament obviously to the design of the car and the safety features. Can you just talk us through what caused that, and then how you felt, after that impact? And we have got a bit of the car as well if you need it.
Embedded in you somewhere. Yeah.
It was in 11, and basically came through, and I was in second position behind our sister car, and Timo Bernhard ran wide at the Dunlop chicane. He got onto the AstroTurf on the outside of the corner and couldn't get the power down. And I came round the outside him. As you flick down through the S's, it goes left and right in fifth gear. And what I couldn't see because of the closed cockpit was there was a Ferrari on the left-hand side who then came down into the corner, and I was already in at the apex. And he didn't see me because of the position of the mirror in the Ferrari. It was behind his eye line, and I couldn't see him with the A-pillars and the wheel arches. And so basically 2 into 1 didn't go. That clipped the back of me and I went off backwards. Quite spectacular shunt, as you could see. But if you're going to do it, you might as well do it correctly. And in all honesty, the shunt that you watch on YouTube was different to what I had in the car. What I had in the car was a big shunt, but it was a big shunt. I knew the car had rolled, but I wasn't aware until the next day that it had actually sort of rolled in the fashion it did and pirouetted on top of the barrier and other bits and pieces. I was okay, I had concussion, so I wasn't allowed to drive for a few weeks. But physically, I had no bruises, damage at all, which, as you say, is testament to the strength of the monocoque. But it was also a testament in that situation to the mentality of the designers, because two things. One, I know that with the impact test on the top of the cockpit, that they went over what the regulations required, and also that the guy who did the internal design for the footwell area and the seating and everything else, the first thing he did was went to see how intact all of that was when the car came back. And I went up and gave our main chassis designer a big sloppy kiss on the forehead, because without doubt, without his direction to it, I would have been A, not here, or B, a lot shorter than what I actually am. But it was only when I was in the hospital and our team doctor was there, sort of orchestrating things, that I asked him what happened. And he told me what had happened, because it just didn't have any clue of where things were. But like you say, 4 weeks, 5 weeks later, I was racing in Imola, and that was like as a testament to what they did. So I thank them a lot for them, because they keep us racing drivers safe from ourselves.
I was in the media centre. We were watching it on the monitor, and the media centre at Le Mans, there's 1 million journalists in there.
Yeah.
I'll never forget the sound of 1 million people going, and then the
it's
silence.
Funny, I made the same sound.
Yeah. And the car came up, didn't it, and just went back the right way. And
I radioed. The first thing I did, I remember this part of it, basically I radioed, had a shunt, and then loosened the belts a little bit to try and, but we were on its side, so it was upside down at this point. And then I tried to look to see if there was any recovery point, as in, were the wheels still on it? Could I then, if they righted the car, get it back to the pits to go again? And saw that there was very little left of the car, so then I realised maybe not. So I had to wait until the marshals righted the car before I could get out, which I think was more worrying for everybody else than it was for me, because I knew I was okay. I was sitting there just waiting on the marshals being able to right the car, but for other people it was a bit more hairy, shall we say. Dr. Ulrich, our team boss, there's a video of it, and he started to cry after they righted the car and I got out, which just shows a little bit about the emotion of what Le Mans is, and it also shows the sort of team spirit of what we've got. That your team boss, just sheer relief that one of his guys steps out or something like that. But that was a race that was won at the end by 13.1 seconds, less than 1/10 of a second per lap over the course of the race, difference between first and second at Le Mans. So there was still a hell of a lot of racing to go, and they knuckled down and got it done.
Amazing stuff. Got to let you go, but you are coming back. You're coming back with your successor.
My successor?
Your successor, the man who took the World Endurance Championship crown off you, Anthony Davidson. We look forward to that. That will be at 2:30.
Yeah. No, it was.
We look forward.
was a stunning moment for me to win the World Championship. Final tick in my box. I knew I was retiring. I'd made that decision, and I came home from China when we had won it, and told my wife I was that was it. There was one more race to go, and then hanging up the helmet, and then went to Audi afterwards and told them. And I was very pleased that Anthony was the successor, took the trophy, because he did a stunning season this season. He really, really worked hard for it, and it was nice that he went to another Brit.
Yeah, we'll talk more about that later. In the meantime, ladies and gentlemen, Alan McNish.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of your day.
We're going to be sticking loosely with the Le Mans theme. I'm going to be talking to 2009 Le Mans winner David Brabham in a moment. He's a former Grand Prix driver, of course, and he's worked tirelessly over the past 7 years or so to bring the Brabham name back to racing. He'll be here in a minute to tell us what's happening in the latest bid to bring Brabham back to racing. Well, you wait all that time for one member of the Brabham family to come along, and two arrive. Please welcome to talk about the return of the Brabham name to racing with a very exciting project, David Brabham and his son Sam. Too busy chatting to McNish backstage.
Yeah, I was talking to Alan, my old rival.
They were talking about the 1989 British Formula 3 Championship, which McNish won on the track in October and Brabham won in the court the following March. It's very complicated.
That doesn't sound very good, does
it?
it?
No, it doesn't, no.
No.
Let's move on.
I won it at Silverstone the race before, but I wasn't allowed to be given the winner because I had my points taken off me.
I'm lost now. Yeah. All this is before you were born, of course.
Yeah, exactly. It was, actually.
Yeah. Good to see you guys. The name, the Brabham name, the legendary Brabham name, started by your old man. It's taken you a long time, hasn't it, just to get the rights back? Explain why that is.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty crazy to think that you had to go and fight for your own name, but somebody else owned it. Sort of nearly 10 years ago, I thought, you know, what do I do in the future? I've been a driver for a long time, but, you know, 10 years down the road, I'll probably stop, and what do I do? And we got this Brabham name. It's one of the biggest names in the sport. And we did nothing with it. So I started to look at it and discovered that someone had registered Brabham and Brabham Racing in Germany and was building a company to use and exploit the name. So a long story short, I ended up having to go to court, and it took about 7 years to sort out, going to the higher court in Germany twice, and it was quite a drama. But, you know, I couldn't let somebody else have our name. And so we won it, and it was a case of, okay, what do we do with it? And now we've come back. We're going to launch a Brabham race team in the future to give people an experience they can't get anywhere else, to be honest with you, because we're going to be open and transparent. The fans will have the opportunity to get complete access to what we do and engage, and we're going to ask for their opinions on things and see what they say. And also provide learning modules for drivers around the world and engineers, because motorsport, we learn so much and yet we don't share it. And Brabham Digital will be the platform where it's a knowledge sharing and e-learning platform for people around the world.
And this is a perfect shop window, isn't it, this show, for people to come and share the love and have a go. And you've got a stand here, haven't you?
Yeah, we have. It's obviously after we did a crowdfunding launch where we raised about £278,000, and we've got people from 64 countries contributing to it. It shows there's a need and a thirst for access, because racing doesn't generally give it. So we have a stand down at 7210, and it's first time in public with what we're doing, and you know, a lot of people have come through and asked about it, and they can still pre-order the Brabham experiences, the digital experiences in the future when the team is up and running, and hear all about it. And we've had so many of our community already come up to us with, you know, wearing all their Brabham stuff and sort of saying, you know, they're sort of thanking us for thank you for the opportunity, for giving us that access that we can't normally get. You know, and that's what it's all about. It's about opening up and sharing information, and as the team grows, the people around us will grow as well.
Sam, as a third-generation Brabham trying to make your way in racing, do you find the surname is a help or a hindrance?
I think a bit of both. You know, there's certainly a lot of advantages, but there are some disadvantages. You know, you feel a certain amount of pressure, but I think I'll feel it more as I move up the ranks. You know, I'm only just starting out my career, so the pressure on me to do well from the family name perspective, it isn't that high at the moment, because I'm just learning, developing, and paving my own way in my racing.
You raced in Formula Ford, didn't you, which is one of the most historic British junior single-seater championships. You were a winner in that, but you weren't able to complete the season because it's tough out there.
Yeah, you know, we had a very up and down season. You know, throwing it off in the lead at Donington, and then the weekend after, with no testing, straight into qualifying to put it on pole and win the races was incredible. And then had quite a large crash at Alton Park, and that was it. You know, we'd run out of budget and couldn't compete. But at first, I was, you know, really down about it. Like, you know, it's all you want to do is race. You just want to race a car, no matter what it is. And then I kind of took a step back and thought, actually, if I just be positive and learn from this experience of not racing, it's going to help me in the future. And I feel like I've done that. And over the last 6 months of not racing, I've matured and grown a lot, even though I haven't been in the car.
I guess, David, you've got to just put your arm around him and say, look, you're going to crash. There are going to be peaks and troughs. That's the nature of the game.
It's actually important for a driver to have those, actually. There's been a lot of research in sports science in looking at athletes that have reached the top and tried to understand what was the mechanisms behind that athlete getting to the top. And having these bumps in the road are essential. And, for Sam, obviously we've had to make some sacrifices for his career because the Project Brabham thing's been going on for such a long time behind the scenes. It's cost a lot of money and a lot of time, and I just haven't had the funds to keep him going with his racing. And it was hard for him. I could see it was hard for him, but I knew it was a good experience for him as well because I've been through that myself, where you're driving 1 minute, next minute you're not. And you regroup, you have a reassessment of yourself, and you dig deeper and you become better the next time you come out. And I'm pretty sure when Sam gets in a car, he's going to take a quantum leap.
Your grandfather, the legendary 3-time world champion Sir Jack Brabham, he died in May. Was he supportive of you? Was he took an interest in the last few years of his life in what you were doing?
Yeah, definitely. Obviously it's tough with him being the other side of the world, but I'd always end up getting an email or a call. I remember even when I was karting, I'd get a call we called him up and he was like, how are you getting on? And I'd ask for some advice and he'd give a typical Jack response of something, along the lines of keep it on the black stuff.
Get on with it, yeah.
Yeah, I'd be sat there going, oh, okay.
A man, a few words, but when he said it, it hit you.
Yeah, exactly. And for me, he was always very supportive. And, the whole family and everyone has been fantastic with my career on and off the track.
I guess for you, what would be nice is to be part of the Brabham project from a driving perspective. I'd love to see a load of Brabhams in a Brabham. That'd be cool, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it'd be pretty awesome. Obviously, me and Matt are on our way, and Dad's had a great career, so hopefully he'll put us in for Le Mans. But
yeah, that's your cousin Matthew, isn't it? Your brother Jeff's son. Is that possible? Can we see? You've still got some life in the old doglet, yeah, isn't there?
There's a little bit. I'm not sure how much longer, but yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, I've got to put a team principal hat on, not a father hat on. It's got to be run properly, and if it works for our organisation to have all three of us there for what we're trying to achieve, then that's a possibility. If it doesn't, we need to have other scenarios. That's then what we'll have to do. Obviously, from a father's point of view, and as a Brabham, that would be fantastic, but there's certainly no guarantees.
We wish you well with it. We'll be supporting it and keeping an eye on it in Autosport as well. Good luck. Thanks for sharing it with us, and enjoy the rest of the show.
Great. Yes, thank you.
David and Sam Brabham, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, guys. Cheers. I'm going to be talking to 6 young drivers who were the finalists in last year's McLaren Autosport BRDC award in a moment. It's a thing we've been doing with McLaren and the BRDC since the late 80s, and it's brought people like David Coulthard, Jenson Button, Anthony Davidson and Paul di Resta to the forefront of racing. The 6 finalists from last year will be on stage in a minute to talk us through how it went for them. Right, let's meet 6 young drivers who are very possibly the future of British motorsport, our McLaren Autosport BRDC award finalists of 2014. Please welcome, and I hope they come up in alphabetical order to make it easier for me, Alexander Albon, Ben Barnicoat, Senan Fielding, Seb Morris, George Russell and Harrison Scott. Welcome, fellas. There we are, all 6 in the right order. Well done. They've got this down to a T. Guys, good to see you. Congratulations to all of you on being selected. Let's get a few feelings from each of you in turn about what it meant to be part of it. Alexander, starting with you. You get the phone call from Autosport and saying you're involved, and that's Christmas come early, isn't it?
Yeah, it was amazing, really. I remember getting the phone call in the morning. And honestly, I didn't really think I was going to get chosen, but yeah, it was great. You've seen the people who won it before, and yeah, it's just an amazing experience.
And the day at Silverstone, you get to drive some amazing cars. And you've got to jump in. You've got to be impressive straight away.
Yeah, so we get to drive the DTM and the GT3 car as well as the F2, and yeah, it's so new to us, but we have to adapt so quickly. It's definitely a test, but it's enjoyable nonetheless.
Ben, I ask the guys every year about which was their favourite car, and usually the DTM Mercedes is at the top of the pile. Is it the same for you?
Yeah. The DTM was definitely my favourite car. I just, when I got in it, I couldn't believe how much grip it had, how good the brakes were, and I mean, it was obviously a lot heavier than anything I'd driven before, so it was quite hard to get it stopped and turned in. But you know, we only get limited laps, so we've really got to try and get our heads around it as quick as possible. So it was all very new, but I really enjoyed it, and you know, I really tried to get it to the edge, and I think I did a good job.
Quite a lot of pressure to adapt, isn't there, between cars, and you don't get long in each.
Oh yeah, I know. I mean, we're on an extreme fine line, really, because we get told, obviously, we've got to go as fast as we can to try and win the award, but also we can't crash because that's the big no-no. So, it's, you know, we've got an extreme amount of pressure to make sure that we do the best job we can and find the limit. So, it is a fine line, but you know, that's what we do it for.
Senan, big hike in power in the cars that you drove, more than you're used to. How did you get on?
Yeah, there was a hell of a lot of power in all the cars. There was all a handful in some different ways, really. I just thought it was a huge learning experience. Having the experience of driving 3 very different cars, it's allowed me, whatever I do go into this year, to hopefully give me an advantage in that case. But no, it was one of the best experiences any driver can have.
Was the DTM your favourite?
Definitely, but I think all 3 was amazing. They was all very good in their own different ways. The F2 felt, it was a handful, really. That definitely chucked me around, for sure, but the DTM surprised me with how much grip it had. With the F2, it was how fast it was, and the McLaren, with it being the new car for this year, that felt amazing too. So I was happy just to be driving them 3 cars.
Seb, you were a finalist last year as well. Did having a second go add extra pressure to you or give you an advantage?
I'd say so at the start. You know, it was required that the judges would have expected me to get on it faster than everyone else, which I think I did in the first couple of sessions, but it didn't take long for the guys to catch up, and then it all got very close.
Which of the cars did you think you were most improved in over last year?
In the GT and DTM, I got a lot better. But the F2, I stayed sort of level, which is the reason why I didn't win. I needed to take another leap up, really. But I've evaluated what I did wrong, and hopefully we'll take that through to this season coming.
Yeah, we had Derek Warwick on, didn't we, on Friday, the chairman of the judges and president of the BRDC, said there's no shame in losing this. There are, 6 winners, but only 1 gets the prize. George, you were the lucky man to get the prize, and I remember your face and your family's faces on the night when it was announced. A life-changing moment for you.
Yeah, for sure. You see, there's a lot of great drivers win this award and go onto mega things. So I worked hard this year, and just getting nominated was a massive achievement in itself. And to go and win it was just unbelievable.
Were you confident you'd done well? Did you think you had a chance?
Obviously, I gave it my all, but you never know. There's a lot more factors go into it other than how you just get on over the 2 days. So I never knew, but I knew I had a bit of a chance.
And Harrison, finally, describe the feeling of being part of this prestigious setup.
Yeah, well, it's such a prestigious award, and not many people get to say that they actually took part in it. And to be one of the 6 finalists and drive, obviously, 3 amazing cars, and to be on the whole experience, obviously, to be here at the Autosport show and do the things that we do, it's been such a great experience and something that I'll remember.
And you're hoping that it will open doors for you in your career now?
Oh, definitely, because a lot of people come to this show, and a lot of people that run teams, and obviously all the cars here and formulas here. So yeah, hopefully being around, walking around and showing what we can do, hopefully opens doors.
Let's just come back the other way. Tell me what you're doing in 2015, if you can.
Well, we've got no plans at the minute, but it's looking likely that we're going to be doing Formula Renault Euro Cup. We've just got to finalise a few more things, but that's what we're aiming to do.
That's a step up, isn't it, from Formula Ford, where you raced last year?
Yeah, definitely. It's obviously, I feel it's the right graduation to do, so obviously that's what we really want to aim to do, and we'll see how it goes.
Okay, best of luck with that. And George, what opportunities have come knocking since you won this award?
Yeah, quite a few. We was mainly planning to go into Formula Renault Euro Cup for 2015, but then after winning the award, quite a few things changed, and now we're going Formula 3 Euro Series with Carlin Racing.
And that championship's produced people like Max Verstappen and Esteban Ocon, and so the pressure to fly the flag for Britain in that championship for you.
Yeah, for sure. Like you said, there's been a lot of great drivers coming through that championship, and it seems like that's where it's the category where the main guys at the top in the Formula 1 are looking at. So I think if I can do what I'm capable of in there, it should be good.
Yeah, good stuff. We'll be watching. And Seb, where are you going to be racing this season?
I would take a bit of a step up and try my hand at GP3 this year. So it's going to be obviously a huge step being on the F1 package, but hopefully I'll show my hand to the other guys.
Yeah, that's great. To race on Grand Prix tracks in front of Grand Prix teams, that gives you a leg up, doesn't it?
Yeah, definitely. It puts you in an elite circle, that other race series don't have to offer. Being in Formula 1 is a very good championship, but the TV exposure is just not there. So to be in GB3, you can attract sponsors, investors, and people because you're on the Sky Sports, on these big channels, and you can really prove yourself to these the guys in the F1 paddock.
Senna, you were a winner in Formula 4 last year. Where are you headed next to keep that momentum going?
Well, unfortunately, nothing's still confirmed yet. I think for 2015 we'll be making the transition to GTs. So that'll be a new adventure and something I'll be looking forward to, but we've still just got to sort a few things out finally, and hopefully we'll get it sorted soon.
Well, sports cars is a big thing. That's where all the manufacturers are, and one day you might end up in one of these Porsche LMP1s. It's not a sort of second-class avenue to take, is it? Underneath single-seaters, really?
No, definitely, and there is a lot more drivers going down the GT route, as it is becoming extremely hard to make it in the single-seater path. So as a realistic dream, all I want to do is become a professional driver and hopefully make a career from it. So I think it will be the best way if I go down the GT route now and try and get involved with the manufacturer in the next couple of years to take me on board.
Yeah, good idea. Ben, what about you? Where are you going in 2015?
Well, obviously in 2014 I raced in Formula Renault 2 Litre in the Northern European Championship, where I was able to win that series. So
that was your first year in cars, that wasn't it?
Yeah, so first year in cars, to be able to win the championship was really great. I couldn't have started it much better. Couldn't start my car career much better. It went really well. I had to learn a lot, obviously. I didn't have any racing experience, so every race had to really take in what I'd learned and put it into the next race, and eventually just kept on getting higher and higher until I was getting race wins, and then I was really able to push for the championship. Like I said, I've managed to win the championship. So for next year I'm staying in Formula Renault 2 Litre, but graduating into the Euro Cup series, which is known to be one of the hardest junior category titles there is, really, other than FIA F3. So really looking forward to that. I'm staying with Fortec Motorsports and the backing from Racing Steps Foundation, so I'm hoping for it to be a good year.
Okay, good stuff. And finally, Alexander, your plans for 2015?
So for next year I'll be doing Formula 3, a Euro Series, like George, with Signature. So try and get my revenge.
That's why you're standing apart from each other, isn't it, at the moment? Yeah, he's eyeing you up down there. A big opportunity for you.
Yeah, as I said, Esteban Ocon, Max Verstappen, they were there last year, and look where they've come now. So the level is so high there as well. You really test yourself against the best drivers.
Good stuff. Great to hear your plans, guys. Congratulations once again on being in the award. We'll be watching your progress very closely in Autosport. Enjoy your seasons, won't you? Thank you, Alexander Albon, Ben Barnicoat, Senna Fielding, Seb Morris, George Russell and Harrison Scott. Thank you, guys. You can relax now. Your work here is done. Right, I'll be talking touring cars in a moment, the last interview before the lunch break. I'll be talking to the man who reinvigorated the World Touring Car Championship back in 2005. He's launching a new exciting championship called TCR. Marcello Lotti will be here in a moment.
think we've been where I do the mic, yeah. Okay, no problem. Thank you.
So Henry will let me just introduce you. I'll show you. I'll tell you when, yeah. All right. Okay, folks, we're going to be talking touring car racing for the next 10 or 15 minutes. And we're going to meet a man who has devised a whole new concept of touring car racing. He's the brains behind the former European Touring Car Championship, which morphed in 2005 into the World Touring Car Championship. Please welcome Marcello Lotti. Nice to see you, Marcello. You've come to Birmingham to Autosport International from Central America, where you're promoting this new Touring Car Championship. You had a lot of success with the World Touring Car Championship, but you felt touring car racing needed to change. Why is this?
No, the problem was that, the success of the World Touring Car Championship is a reality. And still, I think, is a good position today. But I think was missing something at the basic of the touring car in terms of technical regulation, something that was could be affordable from teams, from manufacturers in terms of budget to develop the car, this kind of thing. And this is the reason because we are looking about this new concept of technical regulation, and where we are working today on this. So we try to see what's going on at the national level first. We understood that there was, in a lot of national championships, the concept of car like the Seat Leon Cup was adopted and accepted in different regulation. In any case, because the car was really affordable in terms of cost, was a cost around 70,000 euro ready to run, and with a road engine, 2-liter turbo. And so we decided that perhaps this was the concept to follow. And we try to create this, first of all, technical concept and speak with different manufacturers. And all the manufacturers was, okay, make the interest to ready to develop the car in this way. Clear for also because there was the perception is to have a big customer business around, and in terms of racing customer business. And this is the reason because a lot of these manufacturers at the end decide to develop the car. So now, first of all, from our company was important to create an international series like a platform to show this new product and concept. And immediately we have an interest from a lot of national championship promoter that decide to follow also this this concept for the futures, really when available the car, because today, you know, we start 1 year ago, so now concept is okay, manufacturers decide to follow, but okay, now they have to deliver the car. They have to deliver the first car clear for the international series. And I think for 16, there is opportunity for all the other promoters interesting to have this kind of product to start to run properly also in the national championship.
How many manufacturers at this stage have expressed an interest in it?
Today, we think that we can see on 2015. I want to say on 2015 because from the beginning, I think we'll be ready only on 4 brands. It is Honda and Seat, Volkswagen, Ford. And I think that from the beginning also Opel, with the Opel Astra OPC, with the kit to the old models that is participate in 2014 to VLN. And after we are working with other 3 manufacturers, but I cannot say today the name, is too early. I have not the right to from them to say. I will think that they will announce the project at beginning of February. So in February, we can say also the other 3 brands. This is important, I think, because it's something that was needed in the touring car category. Because when today, like I told you before, there is a fantastic world touring car, but there is no basic. You know? And I think to create a category and to be popular in the category, You have to also to take care about the national, regional level, international. Why not? To form team and driver that why not tomorrow can achieve the touring car world championship.
So if the car is more basic, it is more cost effective. It is cheaper to build, cheaper to run.
I think that what I say to the teams that ask to me or to driver, and what you can have like answer if you ask to the team that now knows, for example, the Seat Coppa, the running cost is a car wash. What is £10? If you don't make a crash, it's a road engine, and it's very easy. I give an example in the last European Touring Car Championship, where the old Seat Coppa was accepted. In Brno, won a Seat Coppa with 47,000 kilometers engine. 47,000 kilometers. It's a production one, so not big problem.
The specification of the car. How will it be like? What size engine? What will you be allowed to do?
The engine is basic on the 2-liter turbo, completely production one with a wet sump, clear. There is a map electronics work. There is opportunity to increase the turbo, but have to come from the group and the production turbo, not the racing one. And after you can touch a little bit the front and rear suspension, and clear. You work on the chassis like all the other touring car regulation in terms of safety, everything.
And the cars will be made. They will be sold to the teams, and the teams will have the parts. So the teams will run the cars.
Yes. One thing that was clear from the beginning, and this is the deal that we make with the different manufacturers that decide to develop the car, that we can make eligible only one model, but have to be coming from one engineering, authorized by manufacturers or directly from the manufacturers. So the team is not allowed to build the car himself. This because, try to imagine, today we have a deal signed with Thailand that will make TCR Thailand. We have a deal with Italy for TCR Italy, Portugal, Spain. Soon will be announced Russia, Dominican Republic. We have a regional series in Asia. If all the teams start to make, for example, Honda or Seat, there is a lot of Seat one different for the other one, and we didn't create nothing, because at the end there is not one car same, there is not second-hand market. People you don't know what kind of car you have in front of you. So this is the reason because we decide to follow and to give the authorization to develop the car for only one engineering or manufacturers, and the engineering have to be authorized by manufacturers.
Yeah, absolutely. Will British touring car fans be able to see the cars race in Britain?
Clear is for Britain is a good market, and especially I think for touring car is a legend. But Britain is BTCC. I think this is haven't be a competition on. Is something that have to go for me where there is no basic on. And so we give to priority to go in a country where there don't exist today a strong touring car, or anyway a strong existing touring car, like you have in UK with BTCC. Why not one event of international series? Why not?
Can the two championships exist alongside each other?
Yeah, clear.
In England?
Yeah. Clear. I think in England there's no sense to organize a TCR championship when BTCCs work so well. And as a strong basic, so it's really no sense also for the touring car fan. You have the better one, so they are number one in UK, BTCC. So it's.
Okay, when can we expect to have a car running? When can we talk about it in Autosport? When can we have pictures, and when is the car going to run?
We make a first official test, also for the balance of performance, because, like you can imagine. Speaking about the production engine, you cannot pretend that all the engines are the same, also they are 2-liter turbo. So at the end the car has a clear interaxle, practically the same wage, so not so complicated to make a good balance of performance like in GT3 at the beginning. This is more easy, but anyway we have to do, and we will do the first test at the beginning of February. So beginning of February, I think that you can have enough pictures for your website.
Looking forward to it. Sounds exciting. We will be keeping a close eye on it. Thank you for sharing the details. Enjoy the rest of the show. Thank you, Marcello Lotti.
Thank you.
Thanks, Marcello. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We're going to take a short break here on the main stage. I'll be back at about 1:30. I'll be talking to British touring car star Rob Austin, and then we will have some more stars over the course of the afternoon. David Coulthard will be back at 1:45. I'll be talking to British single-seater aces Alex Lynn, Will Stevens and Jan Mardenborough at about 2:15. Alan McNish and Anthony Davidson will be here at 2:30. And then we'll have our touring car shootout on the stage here, involving Gordon Shedden, Matt Neal, Andrew Jordan and Colin Turkington. It could be interesting. It was certainly rather wild up here yesterday with our 4 Tin Top champions. So stick around over the course of the afternoon. Plenty more to come here on the Autosport stage. We'll be live on autosport.com around the world as well. Subscribe to Autosport if you don't already. Lots of free gifts and money-saving offers. Just see the girls by the pillar there. And plenty still to come. We'll be back, as I say, at about 1:30. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the Autosport Central stage. I've got David Coulthard coming in about 10 minutes' time, but before that, we're going to talk British Touring Car Championship with two teammates here to talk about their plans for this year. Please welcome Rob Austin and Hunter Abbott.
Brilliant.
I was going to suggest they're here for David Coulthard, but I don't think it's true.
David who?
I think they're here for you. Let's talk for about 30 seconds about the BTCC, and then the rest of the time about historic Formula One and Capris. Should we do that?
Okay, sounds good.
Quick recap of last year. Only one win. Looking to build on that.
Oh God, yeah.
And not,
yeah.
not be at Rockingham.
Yeah, we were quite destabilised last winter, and we didn't make the big steps forward that we wanted to with the development of the car. But thanks to the great support through Exocet, Fuel Additives and Duo PLC, we're really able to, as soon as last season finished, we've been hard at work preparing for this season. We're very well prepared, so we're looking for a good year this year.
The Audi A4, it's to NGTC regulations. For people who don't perhaps understand how that works, how does it work?
What, NGTC regulations? Well, basically, it's obviously the road car shell with a roll cage put in, and then we've got stock suspension components, so everybody's basically running the same suspension. Having said that, there's still a hell of a lot you can do with it, so there's a lot of scope for engineering as well. So, and when you're up against the likes of West Surrey Racing and Triple Eight and these big, well-established teams, you've really got to be on your top of your game and look at every little detail.
Yeah. Hunter, how was 2014 for you? Give us a quick recap.
It was great, actually. For me, the BTCC is like going back to karting. It's just intense. Wherever you are on the grid, you've got a car in front you're chasing and trying to overtake. You've got a guard from the guy behind. Absolutely fantastic. Loved the season. We made a few mistakes, had a few little problems, had some good times as well. But I'm really looking forward to 2015. Do
you find that having two cars, does it drive development in the team? Does it help?
Yeah, of course. Because I'm not very good. so I get all the feedback from Hunter, you see, and I can make the changes. But yeah, no, definitely. I mean, Hunter's obviously had a baptism of fire this year, and it's a really, really tough and steep learning curve when you first come into touring cars. But he's been a great teammate, and we're certainly working on it, putting a deal together again for this year.
And the target for you is to win a race, of course, because you know that the chap who's just admitted he's not very good can do it. You've got no excuse.
Yeah, no, absolutely. That's the target. And for me, this year was all about getting into top 10 and being there consistently. Got into it, didn't do it quite as consistently as I'd like to. We had a good few runs, things like Rockingham, where had a problem in qualifying, second lap. Started from last in the grid, and I was up into, I think it was 6th or 7th by the third race. Unfortunately, then had to come together one of the Hondas and didn't finish. But that kind of showed where we could be. And I think, in all honesty as well, if I hadn't had the problem in qualifying there, I think we could have both been on the podium at the same time, which would have been wonderful.
Why is Sherman, to give her affectionate name, why is Sherman so good at Rockingham?
Well, he's good elsewhere. We've got genuine, potentially race-winning pace at Brands, at Croft, at Knockhill.
Knockhill, you're on pole, weren't you?
And yeah, front row 2 years running, and so we've got good pace. But for some reason, Rockingham, it just seems to come together better for us there. And I don't know, maybe it's something to do with being a bit wider, open circuit. There seems to be less trouble at Rockingham. Get a cleaner run at it.
You've got to stay out of trouble, haven't you? Because there's 3 races in a day, and if you make a mess of the first race, it can compromise your whole weekend and a ton of points.
Yeah, Brands Hatch was a bit of an education for both of us, because there's a big first corner pile-up at Brands Hatch last race of the year, in the first race of the last race meeting of the year. And Rob got involved in it. I was right behind Rob. I got involved in it as well because I couldn't stop in time, went at the back of Rob, and it actually took my car out until race 3. Rob, I think he barely by the skin of your teeth made out for race 2. So it's really, it was
I made race 2, but the power steering wasn't fixed, so I was very exhausted after that.
There are lots of good drivers in the BTCC. Last year there were 7 former champions. Good for you to benchmark yourself against them as someone who's sort of come into touring cars and wants to make a fist of it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you look at the quality of the drivers down the grid, especially now, Brio, who's arguably probably the best touring car driver in the world right now, and you look down the quality grid anyway from last year. Mark Hines, the guy that beat Jenson Button to the Formula 3 Championship, he's on the grid and he was there, sort of running midfield and top tens a couple of times as well. And you look down the grid and there's just such a depth of driver. I think someone was telling me they worked it out and they looked at the grid and said, okay, on this grid there's 24 drivers who've won a championship in something at some point. As someone starts to ring me on my phone, of course, it's probably someone I know in the audience. But if you look down the grid, there's actually 24 drivers apparently on there who won a championship in something at some point. So you look at that, and there's no other series, I think, in the UK definitely, or even in the world, where you have that kind of depth of field.
Changing the team this year, you're not going to have to get your hands quite as dirty, are you? You've got a new engineer, so you can concentrate on driving a bit.
Yeah. It is tough doing it all on a race weekend, and Sundays are so busy. And I felt I let myself down a little bit last year. I didn't quite. I missed a few opportunities, made a few mistakes that I shouldn't have. So I promoted my long-time number one mechanic, who I've trained up, to engineer. So for the first time ever, I've got a full-time engineer, and apparently he's far smarter than any of us ever gave him credit for. So he's kind of shocked us a bit. But that's not only should he do a better job than me, but also free me up and allow me to focus on actually driving a bit more.
Good stuff. And you're going to have fun somewhere else this year, aren't you, at the 73rd members meeting at Goodwood in an old Capri?
Yeah.
Yeah, brilliant.
Yeah, we were very good friends with the late Ted Grace, and the Fabergé Capri he built and ran back in the day. This one came up, it's actually a show car, but it's got all the original paintwork, so it's all hand painted, no vinyl, it's all hand painted. You can see all the brush strokes in it and everything. All right, Dad's rubbed a few bits of it off against other cars, but it's all still there and original. We love this old Capri. Brutus, we've nicknamed it.
And you're sharing it with the old man, aren't you, in the Jerry Marshall Trophy race at Goodwood?
I am, yes, yeah.
Brilliant.
And I've not actually. I think I've raced hundreds of different circuits around the world, but somehow, for some reason, I've never been to Goodwood. So really looking forward to getting there and getting involved in it.
It's quite fast around the back, Goodwood.
I've heard.
Yeah. You watch out.
Yeah.
Do you fancy that?
There's not much runoff area, I've heard, also.
No. Just ask Sterling Moss. You fancy Goodwood?
Yeah, I'd love to do something like that. Love to do the hill actually one day as well. That'd be awesome. I'd love to get Sherman and Panzer out there having a race. It'd be fantastic. Yeah.
Good stuff. We will be watching with interest. Have a great season, won't you?
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Rob Austin and Hunter Rabbit. Thanks, guys. Right. Give me a few minutes and I'll bring out some chap you'll have heard of. He won 13 Grand Prix. He finished second in the World Championship for McLaren. David Coulthard will be here in just a few minutes. Right, good afternoon, race fans. Do we have any Formula One fans in the house? Nice. Here's a man who's been there, done it, won it, drunk it sometimes, and now talks about it. Please welcome David Coulthard. Today...
So sorry, I was having a cuddle with Laura.
Oh,
okay.
That's all right.
Yes, okay.
Good to see you. Welcome. Happy New Year. You can still pull a crowd, can't you?
Yeah, look at that.
Yeah, it's good.
Hello, everyone.
And now you're you might be considered the best racing driver in the world after winning the Race of Champions.
Well, that's very kind of you, and we had this earlier, didn't we? But yes, I am delighted to have finally won something.
You beat absolutely everybody who was there.
I had to go all the way to Barbados to do it. Yeah, it was a fun event. It's always a great event. It was different this year, not being in the stadiums. Obviously, we've done Wembley and Paris and Dusseldorf and places like that. But to be out on what is Barbados as this. How do you say that word? What's the plural of Barbados?
Barbados is.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Speech
but there's only one Barbados, so you can't really.
Oh, I can't really say that. But it's their only racetrack, so the Barbados Premier Racetrack.
That's a possessive, not a plural.
Okay, thank you. So yeah, education. I wasn't taught to speak properly when I was a children. So
did Jackie Stewart not have you doing grammar in the back of the motorhome?
He did actually have us go and do some public speaking when we were all in Paul Stewart Racing, but we all failed miserably. So we're clearly not a future in that.
Pascal Wehrlein, Formula 3 ace, youngest ever DTM winner, and you just kicked him out of the park, didn't you, in the final?
Well, I think that's being a bit unfair. It's all very close on those smaller venues, and it was only afterwards I found out that he'd never driven with a normal H-pattern box. He had no idea about heeling and towing. Of course, they grow up today with semi-automatic gearboxes and sequentials and all that sort of thing. So there's an advantage for once in motorsport. There's an advantage for being older.
Yeah, blipping the throttle while pushing the clutch and braking. Yeah. You're showing your age now. Yeah. Let's recap over F1 2014. I'll get some questions from you guys in a minute. We'll have James out there with a microphone. Great season, on track, off track, in people's heads. It was fascinating, wasn't it? The dynamic between Lewis and Nico, and yep. Great for British motorsport that Lewis won his second title.
Yeah, controversial year, wasn't it, with the new regulations, with the engines. On one hand, we embrace the technologies of our road car future, and on the other hand, we lose a little bit of the soundtrack of the motorsports world. And personally, I liked the noise of the old Formula One. I'm not trying to live for the past, but I did enjoy the fact that they were loud and it was powerful sounding. A bit like if you go to a rock concert, you don't go on a first date to a rock concert, do you? Could you expect it to be loud music? Well, unless you have no intention in talking, that would be. And your eye was on something else. But, you need to... If you go to a rock concert, you want loud music. And part of going to motorsport is to have some sense of the energy that's involved. And it's, fascinating to see the emergence of Formula E because, of course, it has whatever the electrical motor noise is and the passing of the... And, obviously in the past, Formula One was all about, that raw, powerful note. But anyway, you get used to what we have, and then the technology there is very exciting. Mercedes did the best job in embracing that new technology. Lewis made an inspired decision to leave McLaren and go to Mercedes because that has ultimately given him the chance to win another World Championship. And certainly in the battle of teammates, he was the stronger of the two. Nico did a great job on Saturday, but Lewis was able to, more often than not, ace it on Sunday.
It must have been fascinating in the BBC F1 commentary box, just sort of getting your head around what was going on in their heads, aside from the actual racing. It was fascinating, wasn't it? And I was surprised that Nico was so much better on Saturday afternoons than a guy who's always been thought of as the quickest over a lap.
Yeah, I'm wondering if that's more about, these new cars and the way you have to manage the tyres. I wonder if Lewis was just a little bit more thinking of his race balance. Clearly managing the tyres is more sensitive than it was in the past. And maybe his race setup style was compromising a little bit his ability to get that last little bit of performance out of qualifying. But in the end, it didn't matter. The pole position trophy is lovely, but it's the World Championship, it's race wins, and that's where Lewis was stronger. And Nico, I think, has always had great speed. But those who were around when they were racing karts together would say that whenever there was a wheel-to-wheel battle, Lewis was always the guy that came out on top. Now, it's for Nico to prove that he has the ability to reset that and to beat Lewis in a wheel-to-wheel battle. Right now, he's not really shown that he can do that. He can race from the front and beat him, places like Monaco and what have you. But whenever, Bahrain for me was an incredible battle between the two of them. And in the end, you just had the sense that Lewis knew where to position the car to make it really difficult for Nico.
Do you think we will see similar levels of domination from Mercedes this year? Because we do have these sort of peaks and troughs, don't we? In these periods of domination, we had it with Red Bull and Ferrari. Are they in a good position to keep going?
Yeah, the benefit of having that big advantage, you start the development of your next year's car earlier, and that's a huge advantage from a resource point of view, and it gets you ahead of the game with the development. So they're able to take what is an exceptionally good package with limited change in the regulation for 2015 and develop it even further. And if the engine regulations have opened up to allow Renault and Ferrari to develop, of course Mercedes will do exactly the same. And arguably that makes it more difficult for the customer Mercedes engines, because in theory it can mean that the customer teams have to pay a bit more for those developments, and if they can't afford it, you start getting a sort of spread between all of the Mercedes power units. So, on one hand, Formula One should be about the best that the regulations can allow, and freezing anything into a one-hit development. Well, if you did that through the whole history of the sport, then a lot of cars that became World Championship winning cars wouldn't have done so because they weren't allowed to be developed. So I understand you need to try and have budget controls and things like that, but equally, if the teams aren't spending it on the engine, they'll spend it on R&D, on wind tunnel or simulation. I would love to see more testing, on-track testing, because that's where I got my opportunity to develop as a driver at Williams. And a lot of the young drivers today are getting no testing. If you're a reserve driver for a Formula One team, you do simulator, and you might do one or 2 days a year. We were doing 20, 30 more days a year testing as a test driver, and it wasn't costing any more to go testing than it is the money they now spend on simulator, which is, pouring tens of millions of pounds into technologies which are obviously very interesting and exciting, but don't create that on-track opportunity.
So possibly status quo at the front with Mercedes. Behind, very interesting things happening over the winter. Fernando Alonso switched from Ferrari to McLaren. Sebastian Vettel's left Red Bull, gone to Ferrari. How do you see that shaking out?
Yeah, I think it's unexpected that they both left their various teams. Now we've all got used to the fact, and we know where Fernando's going to be as well. It's going to be fascinating to see exactly how McLaren Honda develop. A lot of expectation for them. In many ways, actually, probably slightly less expectation for Ferrari, because other than Sebastian going there hasn't really been any other big sort of change other than some personnel. Honda coming in is quite a significant change, so maybe that can bring a significant change in the outcome. Is Seb a better driver than Alonso? Your opinion might be that he is, but I think it's a matter of opinion rather than a matter of fact. They're both very capable, stroke exceptional drivers, so that wasn't the thing that was missing from Ferrari. Kimi looked like he was struggling a bit to really find the form that he had at Lotus. But certainly Fernando, was pretty resilient, and you knew he was always giving his best.
How do you think Jenson will stack up against Fernando? Because we forget that in their 3 years together, Jenson outscored Lewis, which is surprising.
Yeah, I think that if Fernando's more often than not leading the way on Saturday, that won't be a big surprise. I think that Jenson's strength is in his racing ability, his contribution to the team. We know he's an exceptional talent when it comes to judging changing conditions. It's more than just coincidence that he's won a lot of races in those changing conditions, and that's where I think his strength will be alongside Fernando over the course of a season. You've got to believe, and certainly McLaren have stated they've got the best driver in Formula One, which they're clearly not worried about how sensitive Jenson might be when they're declaring that that's Fernando. So I think the weight of expectation would be that Fernando would be the guy that more often than not is getting the last little bit of speed out of the car. But, you know, I would have Jensen. If I had a Formula One team, I would have him in my team because I think he brings so much and is more than capable of winning races. And if you can win races, then obviously you can win championships.
I think the old guard should be worried about the new guard, shouldn't they? Daniel Ricciardo, Valtteri Bottas, Daniel Kvyat. I was very surprised by how much better Ricciardo was than Vettel last year. Were you?
I was. I was. You could see Daniel was good at Toro Rosso, but I never really got the opportunity to see how great a racer he was. And I think some of his racing, wheel to wheel, his decision, his confidence behind the wheel was exceptional last year against some real quality drivers. But the thing that was really, I think, a great life lesson is that he just got on with what he had. You know, that wasn't the best car engine package. Clearly the car was very good, but Renault were struggling with the development of the car. But you know, he didn't complain. He just took the opportunity and putting himself in the right place at the right time. He got 3 wins. That's much more than the team would have expected given the overall pace of the car. So Seb was less able to accept and deal with the disappointment of having a less than competitive car. And you know, for any Seb fans, I think that has to be a little bit disappointing. But maybe he just ran out of energy on that particular journey. You know, Ferrari, it's a new exciting road for him. Apparently it's something he's always dreamt of. So if he's realising his dream going to Ferrari, we know he's capable of winning races. Let's see how they develop.
It'll take time though, won't it? Because Schumacher went there in '96 and they didn't win the championship till 2000. So there's going to be a lot of work ahead.
Yeah, you've got to, if you look at the packages last year, you know, McLaren had issues with the car and you know, if they weren't getting the same developments, and I don't know that this is the case, but let's say they weren't right up there with the Mercedes development, then you know, maybe they were down a little bit in that area, but they have to look at their car side of things. For Red Bull, I think that, you know, to win 3 Grand Prix, clearly the car was good, and they're looking more at Renault. And at Ferrari's, from Ferrari's point of view, it looked like they had an issue with both the car and the engine. And so both of those are in-house. So both of those areas need to develop to give them a winning opportunity. So in that respect, they've got twice the work. Because it's one thing if you're a chassis builder to just work on your chassis and hope that your engine partner does the maximum they can. But Ferrari, they've got to turn their attention to both areas.
Williams offered a real feel-good factor to the season, didn't they, with Massa and Bottas? You must have been happy about that because you kind of started with Williams. You took your first win with the team. Can they maintain that sort of competitiveness?
I think this is a key year for Williams because having come back fantastically last season, we now need to see they're able to build on that. You know, they probably could have won a Grand Prix last year and certainly should have won a Grand Prix when Mercedes were faltering. But good, solid place in the constructors in front of Ferrari. That was their goal, and I kind of feel that was the focus they had more than anything, was getting that constructor position. But yeah, Williams are back. Let's hope that they can then take that to the next stage. Do they have the overall resources of a Mercedes Grand Prix? Then unlikely, but you know, do they have all the DNA to build a World Championship winning car? Absolutely.
Let's talk about some of the youngsters coming up. We've got Max Verstappen coming through. And there's been a sort of a reaction to that in the shape of the FIA clamping down on it, and now you have to earn points to get a super license. Is that a good thing? Do you think people are being perhaps restricted based on which championship they come from?
Well, I hadn't actually looked closely at how the points situation is playing out. I had a word with Ed Straw backstage beforehand just to see what the point system is, and it seems to me that you know, they've created a league that favours some of the lower formulas over others, which I, personally, having been to a few of the undercard race series like 3.5, and I've obviously seen GP2 and GP3 and Formula 3 events and what have you, Euro F3, I'm not sure the actual points would be as I would lay them out. I think that some of those championships deserve more than they've been given. That said, you're not going to please everybody, so don't even bother. You've got to create a system which at least makes it, you know, that somebody's achieved a level of success to be given the opportunity to move up to the big time, beyond just turning up with a big check. So the basis or the concept of it, I agree with. I think like all these things, it shouldn't just be locked down and that's it, we never adjust it. I think we should get going. You know, there's a championship in there that doesn't exist right now. that gets many more points than some of the championships that do. So I think we need to get going and then see how it works out. And there'll always be an exceptional case where I think that in exceptional circumstance, great talent, if whoever that, whether it's Autosport voting for it or whether it's the team principals all agreeing unanimously, which historically they never do. But let's say if they really believe in bringing on new talent, if there was someone that was seemed to be exceptional and the sport as a whole gets behind that person and giving them the opportunity, then we shouldn't just restrict it to points alone, because maybe some guys can't do the whole championship, so maybe they can't win it, but yet actually they've got more talent than the guy that ultimately does win the championship.
We'll see how that plays out. Right, let's get some questions from you guys, the knowledgeable crowd. James has got... Yeah, well, we'll come to you, madam.
Hiya. I was just wondering, you read all sorts of stories and whatnot, but what was it like working with Kimi Räikkönen at McLaren?
Well, what you've just asked is a longer conversation than I ever had with Kimi in 2 years. Now, Kimi is an exceptional talent, and it was really interesting for me to have the opportunity. He made Mika seem like he had a lot of conversation. Kimi was so raw and so talented. He came straight from Formula Renault into Sauber, and today I don't believe that would have worked with the point system. But he had the talent, absolutely. And the guy would either be in the car driving quickly or asleep in the back of the truck. And they would wake him up, he'd put his helmet on, go out, do an exceptionally fast lap time, come in, mumble something, and then go back and fall asleep in the back of the truck. So in-season testing was not really something he enjoyed. Modern Formula One is more his style, which a bit of test in pre-season, few races, and then hibernate the rest of the time. But great talent and funny guy, and like a lot of, and I know it's not nice to stereotype, but like a lot of Northern Europeans, and I would fall into that category as well. You just need to add some alcohol, and then you can't shut them up.
We'll delete that bit. Yes, madam.
Hi, David. With the downfall of Marisha and Caterham, do you think it would be fairer if Bernie arranged for the fundings from the Formula One season to be split more evenly between the teams so the smaller teams can take part? Or do you think the future will be eventually the main sort of manufacturers having to have 3 cars to make up the grid?
It's been a really hot topic, hasn't it, recently? And it's terrible that those 2 teams came in, employed a lot of talented people, and then ultimately the businesses failed, and those people are out looking for jobs in either in Formula One or other forms of motorsport. I know it's a super sensitive subject, and depending on what your own experience is, you will be more or less sensitive to it. It's an inevitability of life. Something, if it's personal to you, it's impossible not to take it personally. So with that in mind, I've said before, and I stand by this, that Formula One, like other premier sports, whether it's the Premiership or any other elite sport, is a business, the business of sport, and then there's the sporting side, which we all enjoy. And the business of sport is about good business planning, management, structures. The amount of people that can tell the I could have been a contender stories and the hard luck stories, it goes way, way beyond being involved in sport and sincerely in other businesses that have been really, well thought out, hardworking people getting behind those businesses, and then just because the market changed or public's tastes changed, those businesses fail, and it's hard. So it's not just about Bernie giving more money to the smaller teams, because no one's going to walk up to you and just give you a chunk of money and say, well, look, you look really nice. There's a business down the road that's really successful, but I like to see someone new beating them. So here's a bunch of money, and I'll keep giving you that money until you eventually beat them. It's just not how it works in life. And whether it's Frank Williams coming in with his team, where they didn't really receive anything from the promoters back in those days. They got start money. It was expensive back then, it's expensive today. Life doesn't give many handouts, and as much as I love the sport and love to see the teams there, they've got to have their business model right. And if it was easy, I would be doing it, because I would love to run a Formula One team. but it's not easy, so I'm not doing it because the chances are I would probably fail. So you've got to have the belief and the commitment and the resources behind you if you really are going to enter that world. And just because you've been doing it for 2-3 years, does that allow you to have all of the benefits of those that have been doing it for 20, 30, 40 years? And just because you've been doing 40 years, should that give you more benefits than someone who's a young contender? So I know there's arguments for every side. I'm not Bernie. I don't do the divisions of the funds, but life tends to reward those that are able to somehow find the right people, bring them together, empower them, and let their talents deliver. Everything, like the name Ferrari, doesn't guarantee success. It's the people within that company. The name McLaren haven't won a Constructors' Championship since way back when I was there. It's not because they're not a great team, it's because somehow they haven't managed to get everything together since that time. And they will again, of course they will, but they go through the cycles.
If only they hadn't let you go, eh?
Who's that?
McLaren.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. One more quick one.
Who would you say in your whole career has been your favourite person to race against?
That's a great question, because the favourite person to race against, whoever was happy to finish second, quite honestly. You know, if I reflect on my career, and I'm always slightly embarrassed to you know, talk about I was a Formula One driver, but given that, you know, that's the basis in which I'm now working with the BBC, I did race in Formula One. I feel I did the best I could with the talent I had. So I don't at all think, on reflection, I was shortchanged. You know, Mika was better, Michael was better, there was other drivers better than me. And on my day when everything was aligned, then I could really have a good battle with them. And I love that. I love the pushing myself beyond what my natural talent would naturally give me. And to see guys who just couldn't drive a slow lap. You know, it was really difficult for me to drive a fast lap. It was so easy for them to drive a fast lap because that was their gift. And everyone has a gift for that, something special in life. And it doesn't have to be in the public eye. It doesn't have to be a sport to be feeling like you're achieving something. You know, a great achievement is setting yourself a goal and working towards it, whatever it is. It can be day by day. It can be a lifelong goal, whatever it is. I think it's great to be aspiring to achieve something, however big or small it might be. So, look, to have been out there and to have raced those guys and to have the memories, I have, you know, that was fantastic.
Bad news. Laura's there.
Yeah, cool.
We're in trouble.
Okay.
You've got to go. Thank you for more wit and wisdom. Enjoy F1 2015. Always a pleasure to have you. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for David Coulthard. And thank you for your questions as well. Plenty more to come on the stage here this afternoon. In a minute, I'll be talking to 3 young British drivers hoping to make it all the way to the top. One of them did do a Grand Prix last year. I'll be talking to Will Stevens, who raced for Caterham in Abu Dhabi. And joining him will be Alex Lynn, the GP3 champion, and Jan Mardenborough, who many of you will know, made the step up from gaming to professional racing and is making a very good fist of it indeed. 3 young British drivers on the stage in a moment. I'll then be talking to Alan McNish and Anthony Davidson, 2 Brits who've lifted the World Endurance Championship title in the past 2 seasons. I'll have Gordon Shedden, Matt Neal, Andrew Jordan and Colin Turkington on as well, our BTCC stars. So plenty more stars on the stage. Do stick around. Right, there's a little bit of needle going on backstage between these young guys. That's the nature of competitive racing drivers, isn't it? I think they all want to come out here and outdo each other. Please welcome GP3 champion Alex Lynn, Caterham Grand Prix driver Will Stevens, and Jan Mardenborough. Right, run it past me again. What were we supposed to do? I was supposed to big him up to big you up. Jan was going to say, you're both idiots, and we'd crack on.
Sounds about right, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Next time, eh? Listen, well done, mate. GP3 champion. You set yourself the target of the title. Kind of had to do it, really, didn't you? Sort of last chance, really?
Not sure about last chance, but it was certainly very important, like you said, to win the championship. You know, with the Red Bull back in, there was a lot of pressure on it, and yeah, certainly there was not a lot of room for failure, to say the least.
What do you're in front of the Grand Prix team managers, aren't you? And the cars are all the same. You've got to make the driver's got to make the difference in a spec formula like that.
Yeah, it's like you said, the cars are very, very close. And in the end, you've got to shine through the rest of the field. And I think that, you know, I was lucky enough to score the most amount of points ever in GP3, and you know, have the biggest gap that they've ever had to second. So, you know, I'd like to think I did show what I could do, really.
And Will, while he was busy winning that in Abu Dhabi, you were getting ready for your first Grand Prix, parachuted into a team, admittedly at the back of the grid for your first Grand Prix. Big pressure.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's not easy jumping in the last race of the year, and when everyone's had the whole season to get themselves up to speed. So it was difficult, but we knew we had to just chip away slowly, not make any silly mistakes, and come quali, you know, to hopefully be pretty close to Kamui. And I think it's been good for me to have him as a benchmark throughout the Abu Dhabi weekend, as he's very well respected and a quick guy. So the weekend ran pretty smoothly, and I was happy with the outcome.
It's one of the important things, isn't it? You benchmark yourself against your teammate, and he's very experienced, and he's been on the podium, and you got very, very close to him, didn't you?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I needed to take it easy initially, not make any silly mistakes, and I knew come quali that we could be close. I made a small mistake on my best lap, which was frustrating because we could have been a bit closer than we were. So, I mean, it was encouraging. The team were happy with the job I did, and I think the weekend served its purpose to prove that I was ready for the step up.
Jan, you've had a really unconventional route into international motor racing. Just for people who perhaps don't realise, how did it work? How did you make that breakthrough?
So in 2011, I was a normal student on a gap year from university. I entered GT Academy, which basically means we try to find the fastest computer gamers, PlayStation gamers across the world, and progress them through various stages of competition, and basically chuck them into a racing car to see if they can transfer the skills they learnt on the PlayStation game into the real-life car. And I've been racing for Nissan. Nissan is the main sponsor for GT Academy for 3 years now. I've driven GT3 cars. 2013 was Formula 3. Last year was GP3, so racing against Alex. And this year will be another step up, hopefully, as well.
And you won a race, didn't you, in GP3 as well?
Yeah, it was my first international single-seater race win. So that was at Hockenheim. And then a podium the weekend after at Hungary. So, yeah, good. I enjoyed it.
I think it sort of it vindicates the sort of the simulation that's so important in Formula One and in racing in general. These games are really realistic now, aren't they?
The games each year when new games come out, they're getting a lot better in terms of the physics engines. So how the car reacts on the sim model is getting quite accurate. So for me, I had no prior experience at all going from the PlayStation into a racing car. So all the skills I learned were on the PlayStation game. So when I was jumped into a racing car for the first time, I was going sideways. All I was doing was what I learned on the game, and it happened to be working. And each year the game's coming out, they're getting better and better. And I mean, hopefully in a few years' time, there'll be a lot more of us guys coming from computer games virtually.
Alex, having come through the conventional route, were you surprised at how Jan was able to adapt so quickly and against you in GP3?
I think Jan actually surprised me as soon as he got into Formula 3, because you heard rumours that he was going to be doing it, but actually extremely quickly, a lot of people were taking him very seriously, saying like, no, actually he's very, very fast. And yeah, we saw it straight away. I think, like most things, the difficult thing is, putting a race weekend together. I think Jan would agree, like he's had absolutely no problem with doing a very fast lap time, but the one thing that is difficult to do is the experience of having years behind you, like qualifying and like all of that sort of stuff. Like I'm sure he'd agreed, but like right from the off, he was very, very fast, like straight from Formula 3.
Yeah, and on a computer game, you haven't got all the sort of associated paraphernalia that goes on at a race meeting, qualifying, as you say, and racecraft and debriefing with engineers and all that sort of thing.
Yeah, that's part of the problem, really. It's very, very difficult because you can't fast track that education like that. That's what comes from years of doing it, really.
Let's get a quick word from each of you about 2015 and where we might see you on the international stage.
I'm going to be competing in GP2 with Dams. It's a good step up from GP3, and I'm really pleased to be joining the team that's won the last 3 out of 4 championships. And yeah, my aim is to try and win it in my first year and get into Formula 1 for the year after.
That's the obvious progression, isn't it? GP3 to GP2, and Dams won the championship, didn't they, in 2014 with Jolyon Palmer? So does that put extra pressure on you to continue their winning ways?
Yeah, I think it does. Certainly, I feel a bit of pressure on myself to perform, especially with a team like that. With such a record, you need to go in and show what you can do. And I don't think they haven't chosen. I think they can pick whatever driver they want for the GP2 for their GP2 team. So actually, for them to say, yeah, we'll take you, that's a pretty big kudos, really.
Will, there's no guarantee of success though, or even a move to Formula 1, is there? Just because you win in GP2 or 3.5?
No, exactly. I think it's getting more and more tough for people to come into F1, and I think unless you've got backing from the likes of Red Bull and McLaren with Magnussen and people like that, I think it's getting more and more difficult. But I think that's why it's crucial when you get the opportunity, you take it, because I think if you perform at that level and you can show you're ready for the jump, I think that's what counts for a lot.
If Caterham makes it into Formula 1 this year, are you going to be in one of them?
Yeah, I think I'd like to say I'm in a good position to take it on if it comes around. I know for sure that Caterham and Marussia are pushing hard to get back onto the F1 grid for next year. So obviously I need to wait a few more weeks to see if that comes off. But I'm in a good position if they do, and hopefully we'll be there for the 2015 season.
A decision must have to come soon, just in terms of getting ready and sorting the car out and the personnel. And
yeah, exactly. I think what's been massively beneficial to those guys is they can use the 2014 car to start off with. So in terms of getting ready, I think it's actually pretty easy for them to get to the pre-season testing. If they make it to the first test, it's not critical because they know the car from last year. So I think if it was to be they had to use a 2015 car, I think then time would have probably already passed. But like you said, time's ticking and there's only a few weeks left to go, that's for sure.
Is there a danger that if Caterham gets there and it's using the 2014 car, it might be even further behind?
Yeah, obviously I think 2015 people are moving on, developing, and everyone's pushing forwards. I mean, it could work in their favour as well if there's a bit of reliability issues in the first couple of races with everyone's new car, then hopefully we can be there to pick up the pieces. But I mean, for sure, if you could have a 2015 car, then that would be nice.
Yeah. Obviously, we wish you well with that, and Autosport likes having British drivers in Formula 1. It just helps everybody, doesn't it? Jan, what about you? Where can we expect to see you in 2015?
I don't know yet. I'll be racing, but in a Nissan car, obviously. But I'm not too sure what exactly. Hopefully, it might be sports cars, it might be single-seaters, it could be both. Yet to be confirmed. But yeah, it'll be something great.
Be good to perhaps mix a bit and do different disciplines to help with the experience.
Yeah, for me, my career, I've been in a lot of cars already, so single-seater wise and GT cars. So to go into something different again would be great, because I like driving different cars in different categories. It helps when you're later on in your career, when you eventually go into something different. So yeah, I'm trying to get as much experience as possible, so the more the better.
What about that chap who rides bicycles rather well, Chris Hoy? Is he any good?
in a
He's
car?
good, you know. I was his teammate at Brands Hatch this last year for British GT in the GT3 car, and you know he's quick. And for a teammate, you know, you want someone who's really dedicated. He's never been around that GP circuit before, and you know he's fully committed around the back, and it's pretty scary around the back. And to work with, he's great, and he's so calm. He's got so many people asking for his autograph and for signatures, and he's the calmest person I've ever met, and he's the most busiest person I've ever met. And it goes to show, you know, if you try something, if you try really hard at a certain sport or a certain new sport, you can achieve great things if you really dedicate yourself.
Good stuff. Thanks, guys. Enjoy the rest of the show. Have a great season. Be fast and be safe, won't you?
We will. Thank you.
Good. Alex Lynn, Will Stevens, Jan Mardenborough. Thank you, fellas. Cheers. You can go now. Right, I'm going to be talking to Alan McNish in a minute. Unfortunately, Anthony Davidson has had to go, but don't worry, because Alan McNish has got plenty to say. He's a three-time Le Mans winner, he's a World Endurance Champion, and he raced in Formula One with Toyota, of course. Now can be heard on BBC Radio 5 Live talking about Formula One. So Alan McNish out here in just a minute. Right, for the last time in 2015, an old friend of Autosport magazine. He's been on this stage with me for hundreds of years. He's a great addition to Autosport International, and he's got plenty to say. He's been there, done it, won it, loves talking about it, and engages with you lot. I'll get some questions from you as well to put to him. Please welcome Alan McNish.
Thank you very much. I have to say, when you said old friend, it worried me a little bit what you were going to say from there on in, Henry.
To be honest, without blowing smoke in a certain direction, you haven't changed at all. You are the Peter Pan of sports car racing, aren't you?
Very interestingly, as I told you last night, Peter Pan, the inspiration of Peter Pan was actually from the town where I was born and brought up.
Dumfries.
In Dumfries, exactly. Moat Bray was where the author of Peter Pan lived, and that was where all the stories came out of.
Did you know that when you started karting in 1943?
No, I didn't actually know it until last year when I was up there in the refurbing Moat Bray house, and it had a plaque, and it told me all about Peter Pan. So yeah, I was a wee bit naive. I didn't. Can I say this? Well, I don't suppose I can. I never actually read any books until I was about 19, and so I didn't read anything. English was not my strong point. Coming from Scotland, it wasn't, but certainly wasn't my strong point. So yeah, I was a bit behind in these areas.
I didn't read any books either. I just read magazines. This one, in fact. Listen, you've had a year off. No, not off's the wrong word. I know you've been busy. First year out of the car. Are you comfortable with your decision?
Yes, yeah. If I wasn't comfortable making the decision, I wouldn't have made it for a start. You know, it was quite clear for me, a timeline. I was getting to the point where I wanted to stop, and the sort of stars aligned. The perfect opportunity arose insofar as we won Le Mans and we won the World Championship in the same year, and it's no better way to go out than on a high like that. The last time I drove a racing car in a race was crossing line to become WEC World Champion. And so it was a beautiful moment, but it was also the right time just to sort of close that chapter and move on to the next one. At the same time, I knew the BBC with the Grand Prix coverage, they wanted to extend and get more involved. And I was quite keen to sort of do that as well. And at the other point was Audi were very, well, this is Porsche, but Audi were very keen and very straightforward in the fact that they still wanted me very much involved in their marketing and also their racing programs.
I think there was a feeling that it was just reward for you to have a World Sports Car Championship title on your CV.
I agree.
At the end of so much success.
Yeah. Well, you know, there was only 2 hits at it because it started in 2012, the World Endurance Championship. And before that, in sports car racing, there wasn't actually a World Championship. And so it was a case of that it was right at the embryonic stages. But it would have been, actually looking back, I don't think it would have changed my decision, but looking back, it would have been a bit frustrating to have won everything I did in sports cars, but not to crown it off with that.
I was always surprised it took so long for it to come back because
I know
it ran from the early 50s to the early 90s and was contested by all the great manufacturers down the years. But no matter, it came back in time.
Somebody with a bit of vision and somebody that was willing to stand by it, and then manufacturers that were willing to buy into it. And then it sort of takes on a little bit of momentum and a snowball of its own. And at the moment, it's snowballing in a very positive direction. It's gone from Audi to Audi and Toyota, to Audi and Toyota and Porsche, to Audi, Toyota, Porsche and Nissan in basically in 4 years, which is superb. And that's just in the LMP1 category, and the depth below it is huge as well. And so I think it's actually a very exciting time for it. Never mind the drivers that are also getting involved, which we discussed earlier on, talking about Hulkenberg arriving in, wanting to come to Le Mans. So Le Mans itself is getting really that fever pitch again about the fact that drivers want to come and take on the challenge.
And you have, obviously, an essential grounding of these 3 manufacturers at the moment. You won Le Mans for Porsche, you raced for Toyota in Formula 1 and sports cars, and of course Audi. The strength in depth of these teams and the technology they're throwing at it is very, very high.
That's huge. It's absolutely huge. If you think about it, Toyota's the biggest car manufacturer in the world. Audi's fighting to be the biggest premium car manufacturer in the world. And Porsche doesn't need any introduction in sports car racing. And none of them want to lose. But only one can win. And at the moment, in terms of the top of the pile at Le Mans, it is Audi. But the other 2 are fighting very hard, and you know, to get to the top of the pile is one thing, to stay there is even harder. And I think 2015 is going to be a pretty tough fight for everybody.
Was it strange being at Le Mans in the garage? I know you're very much immersed in the team still. Was it weird not driving and watching Audi win its umpteenth Le Mans?
It was a bit less weird than I thought it was going to be. I wasn't totally sure, actually, if I'm honest, that race week, what it would be like. And when they went out on the Wednesday night, and the first part of qualifying is always nice because you're getting on with it. You've had so much talking about it, so much tests, so many meetings, so many of this, and then suddenly, now this is the point, you've got to actually get on. And you get onto the track, and there was a little bit of, but after 5 minutes that was gone. And I have to say that through the rest of the Le Mans 24 hours, I was busy in seeing it from a different light. So it was a Grand Marshal, which was, you know, very interesting to see how Le Mans acts behind the scenes. And also to drive the pace car around and be on the podium when the cars literally finish below. But I've got a cool picture because as the winning car came down, Andre Lotterer jumped out and he looked up and he saw me, and it was fantastic, just this little picture, because I know what it feels like when you get out the car after such a long race, long week, long year build up to that, and it's an initial relief, and then it's an explosion inside you. Yes, we've done it, and it was cool to see it, but I didn't have any feeling of desire to get in the car.
And he joined you as a three-time winner, and you know, very few blokes have done that.
Marcel.
Yeah. Tom Christensen, your old mate.
Yep.
You were big rivals in separate cars up to a point, and they put you together, and
until 2006,
off you went. 2 Le Mans wins, Sebring wins, and you shared the World Championship. He's followed you into retirement. Did you think he might do that so soon?
He was going to retire at some point. Tommy Boy's very private. We both are. We're kind of similar, but we're very different. We're very similar, and we're both very driven. We had our very clear opinions and ideas. And we were also quite private people in terms of keeping some of our thoughts together. And we grew to understand each other very, very well. And he mentioned a couple of things. Yeah, maybe he's thinking about it through the course of the year. But he just let it all take over in his head, and bang, he made his decision. And he did it in a slightly different way. He announced it before the final race. And then he enjoyed himself. And I was really pleased. They had, at the second practice session, they opened the pit lane exit 5 minutes early and allowed him a couple of laps on his own as celebration laps, and the rest of the pit lane came out and congratulated him and clapped him as he went past, and then the rest of the session started. And that was a bit of respect from the community, if you like, on what he's achieved, because what he has achieved is absolutely amazing, on and off the circuit. Off the circuit, you know, in terms of what he's put into Audi, in terms of what he's put into Danish motorsport, has been huge. And, you know, considering he never raced in Formula One, he's got a name that stands up there with any of the greats.
Selfishly, I'm glad he's retired from international racing, because it means he'll do more Goodwoods. And I'll be able to
revival.
Well, he loves doing that.
Absolutely loves it. You know, it's one talent that Tom has, is he could jump into an old car from the 50s and drive it really well, never mind the cutting edge technology of an LMP1 car or a front wheel drive touring car as he did in BTCC, or when he tested with Michelin for the Formula One program when he was developing the tires. He's got a real adaptability to him, and it's something that I'm a bit envious of, is his adaptability and his pure passion for driving a car. And he's, you know, I would say you'll see him at quite a few of these events, to be honest.
Good. We'll get some questions in a second. Quick word about BBC 5 Live.
Yep.
Calling Grand Prix. That's a different level of sort of stamina required, isn't it, for you?
Yeah, it's short. Grand Prix are only maximum 2 hours. I'm used to a lot more than that. You should hear our debrief meetings at Audi. They last longer than the Grand Prix. But yeah, it's quite a lot of fun. It's a very good group of people. And I don't think I could have had a better place to sort of learn the ropes of, if you like. Very different radio to television as well, something I had to try and understand. And it was quite fun because, you know, I can speak to my mum a wee bit more often. Admittedly, she has to hear me on the end of the radio, but she can listen. But in a way, it also replaced the adrenaline, if you like, because you know, you have to get it right. It's live, so there is no second chances, just like the start of a race. And that was something that I still, even although I've stepped out the cockpit, I kind of view it as if I was sitting in the cockpit and still live it as if it was that.
What was your favourite moment? Lewis winning, Williams' ascendancy?
Of
F1 2014.
Bahrain. Bahrain was my moment of the year, where there was about lap 11, 12, there was a lap and a half where they overtook each other 3 times, and it was right on the edge, I have to say. They were leaning on each other with locked up wheels. Stuff that you would have probably seen more at the Formula Ford Festival than necessarily the Bahrain Grand Prix. But that was a kind of it was really a statement of things to come, that they were both going to lean on each other, and sometimes too much from the team's perspective, but perfect for us watching it, that they were just going to push it right to the edge.
I had Sheikh Al Khalifa, the owner of the circuit, here on Thursday, and he was still smiling about it.
Oh, he should be.
Yeah, it was amazing.
You know, it was a brilliant race from start to finish. There were so many good ones though as well. You know, there was so much controversy through the course of the year. But for me, one highlight of Formula One in 2014 was the emergence of the new driver talent, and also the re-emergence of Williams, a name that, you know, when I was coming through was winning world championships with Alan Jones. You know, when I was starting karting, and then, you know, the Nigel Mansell, Nelson Piquet dominant eras. Then when Adrian Newey got involved and how they just progressed from there, it started David Coulthard's career. But then they had such a low time, and it was beautiful to see them back. And nice to see Frank smiling.
Yeah. What do you make of these really, really young guys coming in? Because when you were winning in Formula 3000, which was only one rung down from F1, you were, what, 19? Which was pretty young in those days. Should they be allowed in so young?
I think it depends on your talent. If you're capable of doing the job, if you're capable of withstanding all of the pressures. And I think for Max Verstappen, who we're talking about really here, 17 is very young. But it's not the driving, because I'm very sure he will drive the car fine. I'm sure he'll race the car fine, because he's got so many years of karting experience and racing under his belt already that he'll be okay. It's the life of a racing driver in an international level where you're expected to perform at top level every day. Without question, you're expected to travel, to do all these PR and marketing things, to be able to relate back to the engineers, and when the spotlight is on you. Because without doubt, Autosport, like everybody else, will be looking at his performances in detail in the first races to see whether it is too young. And that's the pressure that I think he'll have to bear. But I'm quite sure that'll be more difficult for him to cope with in total than necessarily will be driving a car.
Okay, let's get some questions from the guys out there. Gordon, good afternoon.
Hello, Alan.
You are allowed.
I can't understand a word you're on about, Gordon.
I don't know. I come from north of the border.
I know that.
I'm wondering. I've been lucky enough to see actually co-drive with you in a rally car before, and I seem to remember you were quite fast.
Thank you, Gordon.
When are you going to get your lid out and do some one-offs?
Can I just say before you answer, he's not a ringer. We didn't place him. He did used to work for Autosport 1,000 years ago. But nice to see you, mate. Good question.
Yeah, Gordon and I, and who was it that came up with us, Gordon? Can you remember? To Norway. No, I know it's Gwyndaf Evans, but from Autosport Journal.
Martin Elford did.
No, it wasn't Elfie. He was taking the pictures.
Keith Oswin, John McElroy, David Evans.
No, it's before the small.
Oh, former editor.
I tell you the funny story about
Mark
this.
Skewis.
We went. No, it was after Skewy. We went to Norway to do this ice driving circuit, and the idea was Gwyndaf Evans, rally driver, knew what he was doing. Le Mans winner Alan McNish thought he might know what he was doing. Autosport journalist who we're trying to remember at this moment in time wrote about it as if he knew what he was doing. And so we'd have this go. And anyway, Gwyndaf absolutely blew me away. And what he blew me away by, I remember coming down the back straight into it, and he basically got the thing moving sideways, both ways, to throw it into the corner so early. Much earlier than I would ever anticipated, because for me in a racing car, it's braking straight, turning in. And then anyway, I sort of got into the feel of this and quite enjoyed it. And so we went out with the journalist, and he drove around a couple of corners and then beached it into, like, there's snowbanks like this. And we went up into this snowbank and got the car launched on the top of it. And at the end of it, he sort of said, as we're sort of trying to dig ourselves out after 3 corners, said, yeah, but how did we do? I said, we've gone off, we've beached. And he said, yeah, but how did I do in the first and second corners? It's slightly irrelevant. We haven't even got to the third corner. And the problem was that Martin Elford, the photographer, got this. He had enough time, he could see it coming, that he picked his camera up, stood in pose, and then took this series of beautiful shots of this shunt ensuing as we were ending ourselves laughing. But just to prove that rally drivers should stay in rally,
Yes.
racing drivers should stay in the road, journalists, stay with the pen.
You say it was somebody short. Was it Andy Bothwell?
Can't remember.
No, sorry, we could be here all day.
I've got a picture, but anyway.
Right.
You guys will probably not know who it was anyway, but it's a hilarious, hilarious moment.
They are great, aren't they, rally drivers? Car control's mega.
They've got more control than racing drivers. Rally driving, and also now there's quite a lot of race guys doing Trophy Andros, the ice driving, because I think what happens is that your brain, with downforce, you tune it over the year to get to 99% of where the car performance window is and the slip angle of the car. And rally, because of the nature of it, they get to 105, 96, 108, and they're always getting it over, but they can get it back. And whereas when you tune it up to 99, when it gets to 105 quickly, you don't get it back so easily. And so I think it gives you more of a feel and a confidence. And I think they've got a wider feel for driving a car than we do.
Good stuff. Okay, another question for Alan.
Hi, Alan. Would you rather be racing in Formula One now, if you had the choice, nowadays or the era that you were racing?
I'd have preferred to race in Formula One the era that I started trying to get into it, which was in the early 90s, late 80s, early 90s. Look, it moves, it evolves. And I think if you're in a race-winning potential car, it doesn't matter what era. I think I drove the McLaren when I was 19, testing with them for 3 years, and then the Benetton, and they were hugely competitive. They were winning world championships at that point. And that was fantastic, but the bigger thing for me as a person is you've got a chance to win a race, as opposed to do you want to do it in a particular era. And when you've got a chance to win, if it's got all the electronic gizmos or not, or whether it's got a stick shift, doesn't matter. All of the regulation doesn't matter. It's about the winning, because that's why we are racing drivers. It's about winning, and that was more important.
You were testing Senna's McLaren Honda V12s, weren't you, when you were still a teenager?
The development of all the V12 engine development in Japan.
Wow.
Suzuka, which was great. It was a lot of trips back and forward to Japan as a wee boy, but it was also very, very educational, I have to say.
Yeah.
I've been fortunate through my whole career. I worked with some really stunning engineers, whether it be, McLaren, they were winning the World Championship at that time with McLaren Honda. Then it was with Benetton, with Ross Brawn and Rory Byrne. And then latterly with Pat Simmons, with Renault. And, Audi, those guys have been stunning, Porsche. So all the way through my career, I've been very fortunate that I've managed to sort of get in with some of the best people around, and that definitely accelerates your development.
The blokes on the pit wall and in the garage, they're much cleverer than the guys in the cockpit, aren't they?
Sorry?
The guys on the pit wall are much cleverer than the guys in the cockpit.
No, it's all about the guys in the cockpit. There's no question. We cover up all of their inadequacies. It's a huge thing now. It's more than one person.
Yeah.
It's at Audi there's 280 people, 270 people, and at Le Mans there's 120 or something like that, just for 3 cars to run. So it's significantly more than just the wee guys that press the pedals and twiddle that steering wheel.
Okay, let's have one more question.
Hello, Alan. Okay, my question is, with the rising amount of GT cars and companies that want to get involved in the World Endurance Championship, should WEC switch to GTC as opposed to GTE?
I think that
I thought you were laughing because you knew him.
No. I think what needs to happen, there is a rise and there's an interest, but there's one little factor, is there can only be 56 cars on the circuit at Le Mans. So that's one point of it. I think the World Endurance Championship as well, they need to try to look to have a uniform base platform across the board in all of the GT championships, because that's the most sensible thing. But there's an argument about which way it is actually going to go. America's on their own way right now. Blancpain Championship and GT, British GT, for example, is a different way, and then you've got Le Mans. And I think in 2017, then it will become a little bit more in line, which makes economic sense, which we have to keep into consideration, because normally the GT platforms, they are for the privateers and the amateurs. And so that's not necessarily for the professional racing driver, professional team aspect to it. And so therefore, you've got to keep it into consideration. For me, GT3 seems to be the more dominant factor. So I think you'd probably go down that route as a base.
Good stuff. Some good questions. Thank you, guys. We haven't got time, I'm afraid. Sorry. Alan's got to go.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No, thank you.
No, Henry, thank you, because you've been up here for so many days of this one, but you've been up here for so many years, and you've been part of our history. If you don't follow Henry on Twitter, you should, because he posts some of the best pictures that you will ever see, because he's got an archive of in his head about everything that's happened in motorsports since.
Oh, hang on.
God was a boy.
I'm vibrating.
You're vibrating? What does that
some
mean?
more followers. Thank you, mate.
I don't want to know about your vibrating, but definitely worth following him on Twitter.
Good man, thank you. Good. Enjoy the season.
Thank you very much.
We look forward to having some more chats this time next year again, if not before.
I'm sure we will. See you later. Thank you very much,
Alan
everyone.
McNish, ladies and
Bye-bye.
gentlemen. Thanks, mate. Cheers. 2014 FIA World Rallycross Champion, Petter Solberg.
Hello, everybody. You okay?
Yes. Let me come here. You smell.
Good.
You smell of oil and grease and smoke and noise and wheel spins and donuts and
that's nice.
Gearboxes and
that's nice.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah.
Where have you been?
Honestly, I've been everywhere. I've done 4 shows over at the arena, and I standing up on the side of a car when we entrance, and then I do some donuts, and my back is hurting like mad. You know, but I'm still performing. If you're going out to look on the last show, I'm gonna do the proper.
You are my 136th interview since Thursday morning.
You look still very, very
I'm
good.
I'm very pleased it's you, because you've been brilliant. How many times have we been up here? 8. Twice a day for 4 days?
Honestly, I never count things or days or anything. I just go with the flow, and I'm happy with that. You know, if you start to think too much as a rally driver, rallycross driver, it goes wrong. So it's better to keep it very simple.
Good stuff. Let's do that. Quick word from me, and then we'll get some questions from the crowd. We've got a pair of tickets to give away to the British round of the World Rallycross Championship this year at Lyddon. So think of something good. The wackier, the better. He'll come up with a good answer to whatever you ask him.
Yeah.
James is there with a microphone, so we'll do that in a minute. Well done, mate. The only man to win FIA World Championships in motorsport in 2 different categories. You are unique, literally.
It's great, you know, but I just keep on pushing with new dreams. It would have been nice to win in 3 different sports. I've been thinking now. So
what's next?
I don't know.
FIA truck racing. Yeah.
No, I don't know, but it's been a great lifetime I had with everything I've done, and actually everything I started in my career, from radio control toy to dancing to rallycross, I won everything actually. So
were you planning a bit of dancing now?
Well, I remember very well when last year Tommy Mäkinen drove. That was 2003, and I won the World Championship at the same time, and he got gold shoes, 2 pairs. So it looked very nice when me and Tommy Mäkinen went hand in hand out on the party that night with gold shoes and dancing. So it's
brilliant.
great. And I got a new pair now when I won the rallycross.
Which gives you more satisfaction, rallycross title or the World Rally title?
It's difficult to beat the rally one. You know, in Rally GB in Morgan Park, driving to get all these, big drivers that you have been looking up to for many, many years. Rallycross, you know, it's a different sport, but I build it up everything myself with my team, and we build the car ourselves, and that's the thing that makes it very special again. You know, it's more personalized in one way, and I don't complain about factory team. It's fantastic, but it's a lot of work to have your own team, and and really get everything sorted on every detail.
Rallycross, it's more personal for you because it's your team and you're involved. You are under the car, getting your hands dirty, getting it sorted, aren't you?
It was more the first year, actually. I have a so good team now, so I don't have to do so much of that. I try to keep focused and work on the strategy. You know what the other drivers is doing in times, in joker laps and lap times, and it's a lot of analyzing to do. So it's more like that. But I'm very happy with what I'm doing, and I'm pleased to be here at the Autosport show. And it's actually my last interview. Well,
no, we're very happy to have you. You've committed to the championship again in 2015, and I guess the objective is the championship again. You've got a big target on your back now, haven't you now?
Yeah, the car, my car from Argentina, when we were winning there, it's here at the motoring newsstand, and we start tomorrow, flat out, all the mechanics. We have a good development plan. Engine is in the dyno, have been this week. It looks absolutely fantastic, the numbers we see, and the most important thing is the reliability, you know, if you're going to have a chance to win. So, but it seems like we have good control, and some help from Citroen with small details also this year, and let's just go flat out.
There's some good cars in it, isn't there? There's Audis, Volkswagens, Skodas, Fords. Any more coming in?
Well, it's other Audi team is coming in from Germany also, and then of course Ekström with the team. You have Peugeot with Hansen, and Ford, Volkswagen. It's tough, and it's going to be harder, and you know, these American guys is coming also, like Tannefaust and Ken Block, and you know, it's not easy, but it's a good championship, good TV, and good entertainment. So
I think you should do one of those Gymkhana videos. You know, like, have you seen those Ken Block videos on YouTube? Gymkhana. You should do one in Norway, because you're slightly cooler than him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm younger.
I'm not just saying.
I'm
that.
younger.
Yeah. I'm not just saying that because you're here. I think that would be good.
No,
give it some thought. Yeah.
Ken Block have a fantastic what they have done, and I just remember what they told me when I was in Cyprus. I had a big dinner down there with a lot of people, a few hundred people, and they came in and he said, "Do you guys know why I started this?" He said. No, they said, "You know this Gymkhana?" No, because I've been actually looking, maybe he said it, I don't know, but he said that I've been looking at Petter when he did the show in Japan, China, America, and different places. That's why he started to use that as a Gymkhana thing. But I never thinking about that. I just been playing around to have fun, and I do my sport to win the championship, FIA, you know. And
yeah.
But many people have different angles of doing things, and it's great. You know, people loves it, and he's a very fantastic character.
Do you fancy rallying again? Do you want to do WRC? We'd like to see that, wouldn't we? Petter back in WRC? Yeah.
I want to do a rally for sure, and I'm going to do a rally next week with my son, 13 years old. He will be my co-driver. And
say that again. He's 13, and he's going to co-drive for you.
Yeah, great. He's very lightweight, so it's fantastic. You
Wow.
know, we gain 2-3 tenths per kilometer.
Can you read a map?
Huh?
Can you read a map?
I don't know, but I think it's more like a father's. He had pushed me to do it, you know, and he was actually planned to do it last year, but he was too young. But he is actually allowed to do it now, and he had a fantastic season himself last year. Also in cross kart, he won the Norwegian Championship, Swedish, and North European Championship in the age of 12, and all the guys is up to 16 in the class. So me and him, we had a great year, and now we get the reward to come. Lucky to be a co-driver for me.
Yeah, well,
I don't know if that's.
I'm not sure lucky is the right
no,
word.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Right, let's have some questions for Petter.
Yeah.
On anything you want, really.
Yeah, whatever.
2 questions. First, if you could compete in any discipline, what would it be and why? And secondly, you do some pretty extreme stuff in the car. So what's the most extreme thing you've done in or out of the car?
I don't think you better answer number 2.
You know, when I try, first question then. I don't know. I tried basically everything. Tractor pulling maybe is the one. I tried Formula 1 car, Le Mans car, rally car, touring car. I driven everything, and I love rally and rallycross. I think maybe in the future Dakar, maybe Le Mans. That's the two things I actually have on my tick-off list. But I'm far too young to do that.
You did test. You did test a Le Mans car, didn't you?
Yeah.
And you were good.
LMP1, yeah, it went very well.
I heard.
I got a contract, and I know many people standing in queue, but I was not ready. So Oreca, yeah. Second question, crazy thing, you know. Honestly, I've been driving cars since I was 6 years old, and I've done a lot of things inside and outside of a tractor and cars and everything, and I maybe crashed most of people except after Colin when he was driving. I don't know. I just do things and try things and enjoy. I need some extreme things because I need a lot of adrenaline and kick. But normally I know what I'm doing. I think. I think.
Normally you know what you're doing.
Yeah.
Right. Let's have some more.
Hi there, Petter. It was great to see you in the live action arena before in the Citroen. Quite nostalgic to see you back in that. Out of all the cars you've driven, which has been the one that you've bonded with the best and you found to be the best drive so far?
You know, many cars are very, very good. You know, but it's like you say, you know, it's small details who makes that feeling, and it's still people who drives the car, and that feeling, feedback you get from the grip or the steering, and when you're going sideways, it's details, you know. But for me, of course, the Subaru I drove was an unbelievable car. You know, I had it was like a hand in the glove. I could go flat out, and it's I really enjoy it. I have it back home in my museum, and I drive it sometimes, and it's like I remember it. Of course, with the on tarmac, you know, the XR I have out here, it's like a go-kart. You can do whatever you want with it. Basically, you can go backwards and 360s, and you can walk beside the car and it goes by itself, and it's fantastic. So I think that's maybe the two absolute best cars, you know. Okay, I have a Celica GT4 back home, and Volvo rallycross car, and yeah. You can handle everything, but to push the limit, the last 5%, you need that edge. Yeah.
Good stuff. Okay, any more?
All right, Petter. Just wondering, do you prefer rallying like against the clock, or do you prefer rallycross against people? Like racing people?
Well, when I'm doing rallycross, I actually try to race by the clock and by myself, but you have to be first one into the first corner. If I'm alone there, yeah, I can pull away. But if you're in the middle of the gang, it's not really good fun, I tell you. You know, it's smashing on each side, and you know, your heart is outside the overall. It's much more stressful to do rallycross. Rally, 60 Ks, 130 Ks like we did in Safari Rally. Laid back, fantastic, you know. But we have some moment in rally also where your heart is outside the overall. And yep.
Right, here's one, yep.
Hi, Petter. First of all, you converted me to Autosport, so thanks for that. And which is more nerve-wracking, dancing or racing?
Why don't we do a little test? You've done the driving, do the dancing.
To let you know, with the dancing, it was actually a very good thing, because when you went into the car, and when I get older, you know, you have the, you know, it's the balance and flow. But at the end of the day, it was to try to find some girls, check some girls, and dance close, basically. That's it, you know, but nothing else. And I actually learned my brother to dance also in the living room back home, because he couldn't dance at all. So I actually learned him a little bit. And my son did actually ballet dancing in Monaco. And I came to one time to his dancing class. I didn't understand, why do you do ballet dancing, you know? It's good fun, he said. So I came up with him and only girls. And he was standing in the back row, you know. So then I understood.
Oh, great.
Hi. What tested your skills more as a driver, rallycross or the rally championship?
Said more dangerous.
No, what tested your driver skills more?
What tested your skills more, rallying or rallycross?
It's a little bit different skills for each category. But if you're coming from rally, yeah, for sure it's easier to do rallycross. But what you have to learn in rallycross is to try to stay out of trouble and not be panicking if you're not first, and try to evaluate the situation, and then when you have a proper chance, then you do it. But if you take any risk, you can destroy a whole race. So sometimes I'm thankful for second place. And it's the total that counts very much to win the championship. And that's how we worked last year, and it was great.
I think we're done. Who are we going to give the tickets to? I think I quite like the sound of the lady who you've converted to Autosport. I think that's a good enough reason.
With the dancing?
Yeah. Would you like to go to Lyden to see this lunatic doing his thing? Yeah, cool.
I'm a very nice guy. I'm a very nice guy, honestly.
You are. You're right. Well done. James will look after you. Round of applause for that lady there. She's going to Lyden to see Petter in Rallycross. Have you got? What are you going to do with those? Are you going to throw those?
Yeah, I think it's a good thing, you know, because it's not very often people get something for free.
I know. Yeah.
So actually, you know, I think I will throw them out.
5 hats. Don't hurt each other while leaping for Petter's hats, please.
It would look very, very good. Sorry?
What? Oh, he got it. Amazing.
We try that one.
Whee.
I can tell you one thing.
Oh.
I did some promotion in China, and we were sitting like here up on the stage.
I think there's a fight going on there.
And it was I think it was 200-300 journalists who was down on the ground. It was a big fight in the back, proper fight. And I said to the guy, maybe we should stop this. It doesn't look good. No, this is normal. So it's different things in different countries. Yeah? Try again.
One of our photographers, Zach, is down there getting some classic slow-mos there of you doing that. That's brilliant.
The only thing I can say, thank you very much for the interview with you. It's been great. And thank you very much. I will have some autograph session later. One more show in the arena.
What? Has anyone not seen Petter yet in live action? You must. Yeah. If you haven't, you must go.
I will burn out everything of tires I have, that's for sure. And that's it.
Classic.
We can buy new ones.
It's been lovely to have you. Thank you very much indeed, and best of luck. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, please raise the roof for Petter Solberg.
Thank you.
Thank you, Petter, and good luck in that last show. Right, that's it for the... Oh, Per Espen's got some more hats. Excellent. That's it for the interviews for 2015 on the central stage here at Autosport International. Thanks for your company over the course of the day. And if you've been here over during the other 3 days, we've been live on autosport.com as well. Thank you for your company. Please have a safe journey home, ladies and gents, and enjoy the 2015 motorsport season. We'll see you here in 12 months' time, I hope. Take care. Thank you. Good night.